Hello, friends. I was hoping that today I would just go live with a great and wonderful announcement, and we would kick back and have fun. I will be in California. I will go to the 4th of July parade at Chester, um, and I have more to announce about that. I want to do a meet and greet and party with you guys, but this fire, instead of the stream I wanted to have tonight, has gotten in the way, as fires do. So this is the Rice Fire straddling Yuba in Nevada County, and it's burning at French Corral, and just straight up gold rush country here. I'm very familiar with the area, and this is quite heartbreaking. KCRA reports that we already have one structure lost, and it's blazing up good in the hills, so I'm going to try to get more of a bead on where exactly the fire is and where it's headed. If the wind shifts back downwind tonight, if it goes to the west down the canyon, then there's a massive treasure, a wooden covered bridge at Bridgeport, which would be absolutely in danger from Embercast. So I hope they're wetting it down. Welcome, guys. Welcome. Sorry I couldn't be here earlier, but I've just gotten out of back-to-back doctor appointments and phone calls concerning that. So I'm listening to the scanner radio on my ear right now. I've muted it for you guys so I could talk, but let's turn it back on.
Closed areas, and then everybody else is going to be en route to Station 91.
So there's mutual aid from Nevada County and Grass Valley.
The staging area, and then Team A is going to be on roving patrol in the areas.
110 Nevada County, you cut out again. Re-identify who's staying.
112 is at the staging area, and then Team A, Team Adam, is on patrol in the area.
110 Nevada County, you keep breaking, confirming Team B-Boy.
A, Adam.
Hello, hi Gail. On with the Gail.
16, it's Team Adam. We're roving patrol.
Welcome, friends. Thanks for showing up, Alan and J.E. Cat.
Rice is air attack 2. On air tactics 4.
Got some VLANs. We got some DC-10s. Station 91 staging area. I see. I can show you guys what this area looks like. I drove through it with my GoPro one time. I was watching a little bit of this while I was on the phone, just fretting, like, come on, get me off hold. And then I'd get off hold, and then the doctor's office would call again. I'm like, what? Can we speak to a Catherine Davidson? Yes. What do you want? What on the hell?
One plate confirming 7-boy 95792.
This is the Wells Fargo Express building, the last remnant of French Corral, the ghost town that I'm aware of. I hope to God it's still with us.
4110 boy, I'm still 1080, have me out of the office.
not much from 1853 still left. Now,
1 boy confirming 7-boy 95792.
down here. Down here at Bridgeport. Wow, that was during renovation. It has its skin back on. That's a massive, I think the largest of its type, some sort of a special truss wooden covered bridge, which is downstream here. Let me show you what it usually looks like. There you go. This gem better not burn. We lost the Honey Run covered bridge with Paradise, and there's very few of these left in the West. It's a single span there. Hi guys. What street is this on? This is Pleasant Valley Road, which is an old stagecoach road before they made the main highways. You have to go off the main highway and go
Copy that. In at 4,000 on 3014. We'll be looking for aircraft.
through Ghost Town. So it's quite a...
93. We're just off Corral, showing 8 miles, and I got 912 in sight here.
Wow, I recognize that pilot's voice. Now they're circling right about where that building is, the F in French Canal. So down there is covered bridges, so hopefully it's gonna live.
93, we copy 4,000, 3014, and
Okay, we're over 540.
get some space here.
We're over 540 acres at last count. Time is 7:12 p.m. I'm still trying to get a clock on the street. Okay, we got some Tanker 9. Oh, that's him. That's the pilot of Tanker 912. Cool. So this is the tanker coming in.
103, copy, sir. Number 3.
It's one of the DC-10s. Let's do a 3D view so you get a lay of the land, see the terrain. Ask me any questions. I know a lot about this area. I was writing a book about this, the Yuba / Nevada County Goldfields, and the making a driving ghost town tour, historic tour, so it's like a book that's of course not published, but I do have some of my pre-scouting GoPro missions of several years ago that I could show.
265, Sacramento 1125, northbound 65 at Nelson.
Mark, welcome. Okay, this terrain is a lot less flat. Okay, it's really mountainous. You're climbing into the hills and then the mountains.
7, Tanker 89 off Grass Valley, showing 8 miles.
Just imagine. Just imagine the hills.
Out with numerous tunnels in the roadway. Pleasant Valley, just caught.
Northbound 65 at Nelson. It's for pieces of metal and brake lights and debris that's in the roadway. It's the left turn lane. Supposed to be debris from a fire casing.
11010, I copied out on Pleasant Valley. Are you out with numerous animals?
Hey, for numerous cattle.
410 on the green.
Valley County 410 on the green.
Thank you, Alan.
Pull up at zone 11010. Going to be California Street.
Copy, California.
Tac 9.
Hey, thanks, Alan, for making this little collage here. Various cams of the situation. I wish we could see right down into the canyon. KCRA might be flying over, but are they still alive? Does anybody knows? Oh, they're in a plane, right? Let's do a 1 hour time lapse. Is that a bird? Or was it a plane?
110. Do you want us to fall in trail of him and follow your on right turn, or just keep it in left up here? Middle of Pleasant Valley Road, California Street.
Yes, thank you for the like button.
All around 20152 eastbound King Road towards off of Folsom. White GMC pickup, newer model vehicles. Perfect. No further second clear.
Thanks everybody for hitting that like button, because we need to be a trending video in order to, no, it's a plane, in order to be noticed for anybody searching for us. So this looks nasty.
With 20 head of cattle, Pleasant Valley at California Street.
Hope they rescue the cattle.
1821 Nevada County, did you copy? Grass Valley. 1821, they're inquiring if there's any teams available to assist with approximately 20 to 25 cattle, Pleasant Valley at California Street.
You can put the digits on the cat.
Grass Valley copies 19.
An address of 10484 Pleasant Valley Road with a cross of McLean. The ATV that overturned onto the rider is on private property. There's in Grass Valley.
1914.
Right there.
11 copies in S1, do you copy?
This is winter time. Lots and lots of oaks. At least they're pretty fire resistant, but high, tall, dry grass. And sometimes these damn berries.
42 S1, can I have you copy 1179 at 1044 Pleasant Valley?
42 S1, I copy. I'll be en route.
1044.
Excellent, copies in route.
10484. Oh, nearby. Right. So let's take a look at CalTopo. We do have the heat detections from GO satellites, GO 17 satellites again. But that's quite an area. Let me look at watch duty and see what our current acre is at. Do we know what started this? Well, 510 according to watch duty.
What cat for NAM?
Cat 2.
But I saw
I copy, I'll be there at 5.
I saw 540 in the news media, somewhere between there. It is spreading as we speak. Look at the
961 Bruce.
time lapse. Wow. Hey, looking back at everybody. Hey, Sarah. Hey, are you headed out that way? And by the way, everybody who's just tuned in, I am going to be in California on the 4th of July. So I'm going to be in Chester. And anybody, let's do
45. 20. I think I found the vehicle up at 44 and Peak.
Sorry, that was loud. Anyone who wants to meet? Well, we should talk about that later. Mark? Mark? I might be able to meet you, Mark. Glad to see you. Glad to see you too, Sarah. So it was a house fire? Shoot. Well, they lost the house. That's so sad. 13 clicks, you grew up in Chester? Cool. I want to live stream the parade itself. I'd like to enter us into it as a group if we can. We need to talk about that later. That's what I was about to go live for tonight. I'm supposed to be doing something outdoors while I still have daylight. That seems to be a forlorn hope now. But I know I can leave it. Okay, he was broken there, so I'm just gonna mute that. I know I can leave it in the good hands of you guys if I have to go outside, but
Some of the residents in the area think it belongs to the Browning Ranch. They called him.
hey, Desi.
Not his seeing somebody this way, I'd appreciate it. They're creating a hazard for fire trucks.
Copy, they'll be around.
Dozer 2041, cover Nevada City Station 20. Across the Billadu in McLean Court. 1918, unit stand by for check back.
Okay, do we know about current structures threatened? It seems to be in the hills right now.
305579. Out with impossible.
Oh,
Medic 3.
the MD-87.
Law enforcement to the ER code 2.
Hey, Zebra.
Affirmative. 1918.
Yeah, that's right. We should pull up Zone Haven.
Need for law enforcement.
Repeat that traffic.
Medic 3, the need for law enforcement. Calling full time. 20.
27. Can you 10-9?
Transport 2041. 20. Nora 6305579.
I'm so late to the party. I'm sure everybody knows about this. It's a small community, so door-to-door sheriff's knocking is actually pretty effective.
We're the only Valley unit available.
Endorsement. Last of Martha Lamelli. 416 and 60 out of Loomis. No priors or FKs. Nothing that's reputation.
Get the pen?
Engine 2354 1919.
Now, Grass Valley, right here, providing mutual aid. Where fire is, probably the Nevada City units too. That's a living ghost town. That's one that reinvented itself as a tourist town. whereas French Corral is a straight up ghost town. Same thing for Timbuktu over there, Smartsville.
Ambulance respond additional vehicle accident for an
7, Figure 88 off Grass Valley.
And Bridgeport.
McKellen Court.
A lot of ghost towns here, not even on the map. I love all of the names of the towns in this area.
403014 for Figure 88.
Rough and Ready, and You Bet.
5600 1920.
Timbuktu, Smartsville, Rough and Ready, You Bet. Oregon House, Frenchtown, Dobbins, Collins Lake, Lake Wildwood, Newtown, and there's a Mooney Flat as well. Cute one. Okay, Sebastopol, North San Juan. And this is Cherokee number 2 is another one. By Oroville. So what I'm really hoping is that they manage to save the historic structures. Let's turn up the mumbling pilots. Sounds like they made a good drop. Let's look at the cams. Maybe we'll be able to see one.
Did you move the debris to the right-hand shoulder and notified for capture?
Grass Valley engine 5960 responding.
Alright, that'll be good for airplane action.
The debris is small pieces of wood that'll
Valley Medic 2 responding.
There's one brake pad in the center, and you move to the center divide. The other is small and will dissipate.
1921.
That's cool, 13 clicks. Remember the A&W in Chester? Dude. The Golden Bear, Silver Dollar Pizza, the Duck Hunt game. Dude. J-Cat says, about an hour ago, Sheriff doing door-to-door knocks. 2 residences. People are not leaving. Okay. Well, hopefully they have really fortified themselves. I always say, do what the authorities tell you to do. Yeah.
County 1 Sam 10. 1 Sam 10.
H-Doc says...
We've located the owner. We're trying to get him back into the property.
Wildfire.
Can cancel.
Yeah.
181, did you copy?
What's a Nomex, Sarah?
181 per 1 Sam 10. The AT team can cancel for the cows.
Is that the, like a Nixle? Alright, so let's look back up at the chat. Melody999, I'm past North San Juan. Cool. Yeah, I love this area. I was hoping to see some drops from this angle, but I might have to switch to a different cam. We got several to choose from. It's quite a big zone of evacuation. Any word on his...
Responding vehicle accident, Pleasant Valley Road, Chief 56.
Road, Sweetland Road, to relieve the Grass Valley unit.
So somebody just wrecked in front of the main route to the fire?
42 over 1, you'll be in and out to Pleasant Valley and Sweetland to relieve a Grass Valley unit.
Ugh. I found statistically that's one of the #1 ways that firefighters and first responders die is racing to the incident and they get in a car accident. A crazy amount of rollover fire truck accidents. People need to pull over and not just burst through intersections and T-bone them. Okay. Time lapse the past hour. Okay. As you wish.
Grass Valley Battalion 32.
44, you're broken.
It's cool, John.
Turn into Better City.
Grass Valley copies 1924.
Yeah, this cam we can see some good DC-10 and MD-87 splashes. All right.
Grass Valley, engine 6483.
Engine 6483, Grass Valley.
Engine 6483's been released from the Willow incident. Stop it.
Engine 6483, 1925.
Right.
Grass Valley, Battalion 5112.
Are they making progress?
5112, Grass Valley.
706 update.
I'm on duty, Battalion 5113 off.
Fire slowly backing down the ridge towards the river. Tankers are currently reinforcing the north side.
5112,
Yep.
1925.
It's going up canyon, meaning northeast. At night, though, the winds change direction, and that's what is troubling. If the embers go down the canyon towards the valley, they might hit the covered bridge, the big wooden covered bridge, the treasure, one of the few we have left since the Honey Run was destroyed at Paradise's campfire. One of the few in the west, actually. Since, if you haven't seen it, put the little gold man there. I can show you guys later in a lull my GoPro drive right here through French Corral and the surrounding countryside. It's thick and brushy and, waist tall, dry grass. Lots and lots of oak trees, though, that'll resist fire and be okay. But it starts to get piney as you go up and up the canyon, up the elevation, climbing up here. The Yuba is a shallow but very extremely gold-rich river, and there's some decent rapids, the different forks of it as you. What in the world? Somebody had run over the sign when the Google car drove by here. Whoopsie. So it's a real pleasant drive. You're literally on the same road that Mark Twain and stagecoaches used to be using. It's pretty narrow, so if there's a car accident, which there is now reported on this road, you can see how it would block first responder access. This is one of the very few roads that exists out here. So it's basically an airplane show. Yeah, is that a flare-up?
With 7 Hotel, we're on station. I just want to make sure we're clear. Sounds like we have a fence running up and down the center of the fire. You guys are working left flank with a tanker, and right flank with a copter. So we're working for me, correct? County 110.
Yeah, hey Edith. I was gonna go live to party.
Can you show us back around Station 91?
Copy, back around Station 91.
I was gonna go live to triumphantly party. Ah!
All that steep stuff. Get the dozers in tonight, and we'll try and clean up down below.
Oh, you're going to the scene, Sarah? You're taking the Tahoe instead of the Mazda? Okay. Yeah, it's steep.
152, passing leaving southbound Black Oak Road and Dry Creek. The white Ram 2500 between a food truck that said Jerk Shack on the side. The driver was in the RP driveway and stated he was lost and had slurred speech. RP advised that he was in a 415 with this party and then broke the rear view mirror on the truck when he was leaving. He also jackknifed the trailer into the truck. Driver's possibly a black male adult. Wife and daughter also in the vehicle. Last seen headed southbound Black Oak towards Strike Creek. Nothing further. Sacramento clear 1928.
North of Cement Hill, you start a response.
Okay, dispatch talks.
110.
Dispatch talks right over the aircraft pilots. There's nothing we can do about it. Yeah, Jerk Shack. What in the world was that? Some sort of a secret code?
149 and 151 are staying on the fire.
It has spotted
Emptyville for the night, and SRF engine 342 will remain in quarters at White Cloud for the night.
Okay, so what's going on here is there's 3 different channels being covered by this Nevada County Public Safety West, and they're just going to be stepping on each other. We've just heard 3 different broadcasts from 3 different people. Dispatch, the pilots, and then some other random county ground crews. So they just said it is spotting and spreading into, and then somebody else cut that off. Oh, this it's driving me insane. Yeah, I wonder, Mountain Mike. It just could be a Big dry tree.
Stop in 361 Grass Valley.
I think it's just
5113. We'll continue rescue 84 in the medic. One patient, minor injuries.
Hey Frank, welcome back.
Available in quarters.
All we need is Tor Incognito and Carney, and we got the band back together.
On the fire, ensure the rest of the units sending. Can you confirm that engine 6481 and captain 6404 cleared the incident?
Sarah, are you gonna live stream to YouTube or Facebook or which? Like, how can we see what you do?
Grass Valley copies. Cover station 60.
Yeah, let's look at the. What's the wind speed?
Start the 30 be right around 2100.
Look up the forecast.
Yeah, sounds like a plan.
Break medic 2, 1931, battalion 5113, cement IC on Nevada County Fire, TAC 2, 1931. TAC 45, David 4, over 10.
45 David 4, go ahead.
TAC 45, David 4, I'll be working in Cozy, the North Sex area, 80 in Madison till 0200. I'll put my vehicle in full lock.
7 tanker, 93's off Grass Valley, 8 miles.
Check back.
42 S1 1097.
2113,
Hey.
cement IC on Nevada County Fire.
And then 3014, Commander.
Go ahead.
Rescue 84.
Great.
Station 60, engine 2361. Clear cover, return to quarters, station 10, 1932.
Rescue 84, 1932.
Wind gusts are about 23 miles an hour right now. About 95 degrees, 9 sustained, but of course at different elevations, different story. So at surface, go. Let's see.
CIO 2326, Grass Valley.
Not too bad. At 2,000 feet, it's
Operations Mike.
roughly the same. It's not too bad.
CIO 2326, 1932.
Around 11 p.m., the winds will shift, go down slope. If the fire blows back on itself, good, but if the embers go down the canyon and hit the wooden covered bridge, that's bad. I think the fire is spreading mostly north to north and northeast, being driven by wind coming up from the southwest, so
Yeah, I got US there.
Grass Valley.
Any staff available.
Station 88, 1933.
orienting myself here. Oh, which one's the best one to watch the airplanes? Morgan Peak 1, perhaps?
35.
Our ranch? Which you guys prefer? That's Bar Ranch 2. We could open up Bar Ranch 1. There's a stacked right there. Alright there. If you're just tuning in, I am going to California for the 4th of July. Meet me in Chester or B Square.
Q-50, just information. CAL FIRE seems to be responding southbound 49 at Summit Hill for a silver Honda Civic that's blocking.
Give you a plate on a Honda Renton ATV. Can you run that? ATV plate?
Yeah, Frank, yeah.
4211, go ahead.
11, let's try this. 58 Tom Lincoln 15.
58 Tom Lincoln 15 on ATV.
Let's look at the aircraft.
Lead 7 right to air tax on air tax.
42, 4 Tony.
Sir, 342, Augusta.
I'll use those just type as well. Back to you guys, and we'll just put them at the head there on that, under that canyon.
There's an S2. We have just
4211,
dropped.
that 29 does return clear. It appears the vehicle is subplated to Boyd Mary 5, George 68. The registration is valid through June of 2023 on a 2003 Honda ATV. Last four of 3762 out of Tin Valley.
Opportunity.
Could you go with the RO on that? Does it come back to Michael, such and such?
Firm, possibly first of Philip, middle of Michael, last is Macaulay.
131.
Code 4.
Code 4.
Two copters inbound to that right.
Grass Valley, Station 89.
Can you start medic code 2 for an anxiety attack?
Paper.
I was hoping we had better pictures of the Colgate powerhouse.
1936.
That's your general idea of what the terrain is. Some ugly, muddy sky there. Bar Ranch 2, Bar Ranch 1. Let's do it last 15 minutes.
4520.
Grade 9, 8 miles, coming from Grass Valley.
Say hi to Mojo.
Be 10:15 and 19:31 hours for A and B, and en route to Good Placer South, and you can send the 27 to Placer South, and I have a new report for you.
5113, 1937. 4,000, looking for 93 on the exit, tanker 89.
Sacramento 45, me 77957, me. Parked and locked at the residence.
Fires in the hill north of French Corral.
So tanker 132, 7 miles.
Right, the VLATs are on their way back. The big passenger jets.
4528 for firm, last digit is a 3.
Oh, and here's a Hercules. Yeah, here's 132 coming in.
132, 3014, 4,000.
Speak of the devil. How you doing, Nevi? Here's your actual location, Nevi, in general. Joseph Celius says forward progress of the Willow has been stopped for watch duty. Excellent. The Willow fire was nearby. Could it have been a stray ember? I didn't have a chance to look. Try to adjust those volumes. Tell me if they're ever out of line. It kind of varies quite a bit, so it's hard to juggle. So, Sarah.
Grass Valley, water tender 23 en route, station 84.
Facebook and Twitter. Okay. Yeah, do text me if you show up there. Yeah, what's the Davis fire? I've been on the road and in clinic all day.
We're about a mile northbound on 49 past the manhole.
10 for U97.
Watch duty just crashed. I asked too much of it. Now Davis, as in near Davis? Is it the one that says vegetation fire at Davis? Or is it called Davis?
In the fire engine, 90 certified ambulance, cook medical, or a med checkout, and still requesting. 975 Venus Court, across the dead end and Apollo Court. County for command 19.
Little dots of aircraft right there.
2022, 2004 Honda, to a first at Colt out of Downeyville with a penny master file, to a first at Connor out of Nevada City.
This is sizable. Okay, my new app on the phone tells me about, it's called the Tail Alert. Lane Finder.
134, 7 Paul 57064 comes back clear and expired in 2014 2004 Chevy pickup, last up oil.
Okay, whatever about the Chevy pickup. There's a cool app called Plane Finder, and you put in the tail numbers and it alerts you when the plane takes off. So if you get spammed by the thing going brip, 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 take off, you know a big fire's happening. So Tinker 105 just took off, but it's in Southern California right now. Hey, RG. How you doing? Yeah, oh, there we go. There's a drop. Was that the Hercules? Yeah, it was. The Hercules just dropped. Sweet. Okay.
Okay, 4,301 for number 4 for Tinker 88.
Lady Pilot.
88 will stay pretty wide around the orbit coming later.
Ow! Oh, my ears. So the copters are working the east side, and the north and the west is what the VLATs and the other airplanes are doing. Ah, vegetation fire. What a... What an amazing name choice.
My number out of Florida. Can you check with them to see why it's not valid and it's actually unlicensed or suspended?
Well, clear skies. Clear skies are gone.
Westbound at Taylor, 446-017-96012-0.
Tinker 914. I got news for you, Flight Radar. The land is never this green. It's just golden brown most of the year. Yeah, thanks, RJ. You know, there are 3 channels. They're stepping on each other on this frequency. If you can come up with another one, I'd be grateful, but I think this is all we get right now. They're saying stuff like, oh, it's spotted over to the... And they're like, there has been a car accident over on something road. And then the next person says, oh, this is an aircraft. We're about to drop the... And then it gets stepped on by the ground crew. It's just driving me nuts. But
42L, go ahead.
at least we can hear him.
On 49, just south of Downeyville Road.
Tinker 914 is descending.
42L, negative. I don't have a report of an accident 49 in Downeyville.
We're at SR 49 near Old Downeyville Road, just outside of Nevada City.
Oh, Downeyville.
49 Old Downeyville, just outside of Nevada City. 42-9, can I have you respond?
49, copy from line, kill.
See if there's any new evacuation info. It doesn't seem.
Turn 1185 flatbed, please.
I'm wondering if they'll want to evacuate Englebright, or that's wait, that's Bullard's Bar, isn't it? Yeah. There's got to be a lot of boaters and stuff over there. They're on warning.
49 in Newtown.
Nevada City is on mutual aid right now.
10-6, we had 2 pending welfare check. Multiple's handling one. The other one's on Kilham Mine Road.
That means their firefighters are helping. French Corral is not really a town. It's a pin on the map with one cool historic building on it. This is more of just a very rural living kind of region. Kind of remote, very much off the beaten path, but full of classic history. and fun summer recreation on the Yuba. All right, let's see. Are we descending on the Tanker 914? Oh, it's got remarkable talent. It's going sideways. These pilots or something. Looks like it's going right down for a drop, scraping the belly. About. This is about where the Yuba becomes canyon-esque. It becomes rugged and really, really punishing to hike in and drive around in and fly, for sure. So maybe they're going for the drop now. No, he's going back. Let's see where. I failed to look on the map. May have just done it. There's a helicopter.
From a distance, your radio is weak and
I think.
fairly real.
42L, 600 triple M towing.
RJ, you cursed it. Oh, there we go. There's Tanker. Ah, there's the DC-10's drop. Sweet. Tanker 910. It's a UFO. Confirmed.
Henry, Adam, 0510.
Copy 5, Henry, Adam, 0510.
Nice. Tanker 914 right there, DC-10. KCR3 is live. Is that on YouTube or is it on the TV? Because I can only show them if they're on the YouTube. If anybody has questions, firefighters in chat are standing by, and so am I. I'm a local, so blindfold me and I'll tell you.
42L, 29 the vehicle returns clear and valid. Correction expired 420 of 22. 04 Honda. Last four is 3539. So last of Roundtree out of Downeyville. There is a red in progress 411 of 22 with these on file pending stop.
Well, copy. Thank you.
Alright, let's see if I can share the Twitter. Whoa. Oh, that is amazing. Without permission, though, I can't share that. Let me ask for permission. Yeah, totally check that out if you don't want to wait for it. Okay. What did Sarah say? Scroll up. I'm caught up. Did I miss anybody's question?
Yeah, 42.3 appears 1182.
Okay. Let's look up there. Did I see the Roblar fire yesterday in Sonoma County? A fatality? Oh no. I did not. Yesterday was chaotic. What happened with the Roblar fire? Alright. Yeah, YouTube. Okay. Let's go to YouTube and check out KCRA. Okay. I can do it just briefly. Sorry about that noise. Oh yeah, this is good. If you want their sound and everything, please actually go watch KCRA on their YouTube. You can always come back and see us. Just for... Wow. That's fancy flying.
Tanker 15, 12 miles south.
County, standby 1 on 911.
Sweet. Click on it and like that one. That's an S2. Marsh S2 airplane.
014,
They're little itty bitty guys, but very important.
Yep, same traffic for backwards 516.
Ooh, wow. What is that one? Track it. Track it. There you go. Oh, man, that is some crowded airspace. That's not a DC-10 because there's no tail engine. Okay, I'm going to be ill. What is that? Is that an Airbus? I love this kind of footage. This is just sleek.
Go ahead.
It's so difficult to film. KCR8 does it. That's a Carlson.
Repair 2334, 1949.
It's absolutely Big shout out to our heroes. It's not the rice fire, it's the rice's fire? Oh, okay.
Contingency group, air attack.
Thanks. I shall change it. Good catch. It kind of looks like a 737, but look, the wing tips are up at the ends. It looks like an Airbus. Is that an A320? Let's go look, guys.
Patient AMA, Medic 3 is released, and timeout for Rescue 84, 30 minutes.
That's a 737, guys. Sorry. Wing tips kind of confused me there. Sweet. Nice paint, too. Or livery. Just learned that. Shut up. I was testing all of you guys. It's a fireliner? Oh, hey, Eli Hunter.
3,000, or correction, 4,000.
42-3, 27 out of Connecticut, when you're ready.
42-3, go ahead.
42-3 on 02-87-88125.
The cockpit looks like it's wearing cool sunglasses. Like, this airplane is wearing perpetual I'm a badass sunglasses. I think they should paint, on all the Wildfire aircraft, they should paint some teeth and a mouth on it like flying tigers. Because they are fighters, get it?
Medic 44, clear Sierra Nevada, return reporters.
Oh yeah, this is some of the world's hardest kind of filming. Yeah, there's the drop. Look at that payload.
We're coming up the hill, looking for you, where the
Fight fires, not wars. Excellent. Go ahead and copyright strike me. I can't stop watching. And KCRA does it good. Look how zoomed in they were. Look at that altitude. Wow. So you have to zoom in extreme. You have to have some sort of a magical stabilizer with the power of God in it. Plus, a helicopter moves around. You have to shift your body, not fall out of the helicopter. And then you have to track the plane's movements, all the while actually operating the camera and listening to whatever the hell the news station is telling you to do.
1895 is valid on a non-commercial out of Connecticut and also that's your ABC.
I can only show snippets.
42-3-10-4. If you have a chance, you can try out of California on that party.
Go press the like button.
Try that party out of California.
Go press the like button on KCRA's actual footage. You can watch it there too and just come back. Put open 2 tabs. Hear me on one, watch them on another. That's totally cool. I'm looking to see if evacuation info has changed. Do not see any.
Copy Team 6 for 25.
Let's take a look at our cams.
You're cleared up in 4,000, make clear for right traffic.
Right, new tankers entering the scene. Let's see who's coming. Tanker 115.
That party out of California has a 27.
Tanker 115.
10-4, thank you.
Is that a lead plane? I mean, that's got to be eye in the sky, but he's following it. Usually they LV1. Okay, I'm going to mute that. That's talking about a dark blue Volvo that's in a car chase or something. We don't care. I usually don't see a Beach Super King as a lead plane. Is that possibly what it's doing? Because Tanker 115 is kind of following it around. Usually the Otis does that. Yeah, this guy is usually the lead plane. Maybe they're both doing a guidance thing. Maybe he's going to take over. Oh. Okay. Yeah, altitude of 5,400 versus 1,000. They're just crossing paths.
Do you have a space number for this chopper?
Trailer park.
5 negative.
Okay. I wonder if they're trying to save structures, if that's what the helicopters.
ERP to get a space number.
Let's look at satellite. Quarry. Yeah, we got lots of homes over here. Birchville neighborhood. Let's see what it looks like on the ground. That's what the helicopters are doing, just wetting down homes. If embers get on the roofs and stuff, they'll just douse the house. This must be where the cattle was too. Oh, those are llamas. Save the llamas.
We've been advised by a bystander on 10, I believe.
Sorry, alpacas. Okay, Wanakos. Okay, just save the camelids. How about that? Go back KCRA. Ah, KCRA is gone. Watch something that they did earlier. Perfect. This one's called Retardant Dropped on Rice's Fire. Out of county. Oh. That's the EA. So retardant is not supposed to go directly on the flames. It's supposed to go adjacent to them and be a speed button. Excuse me, a speed bump. Right. Once again, that's courtesy KCRA.
Yeah, 22-3, do you know who the 1185 is?
Oh, this was the home. This was the home on fire, and I try not to show a lot of this because it's really bad for people to watch their own house on fire. But, that's terrible.
1 Paul 12, 110 2.
It was a house fire that spread to vegetation, and then some.
We are going to change the staging area location. Staging area location is going to be moved up to the Ridge Rock Quarry.
That's at Birchville, right? Thank you, Cheryl. I'll check the email. Have I missed anybody?
Class of McCauley, Mary, Charles, Union, Lincoln, Yellow, first of Philip, middle of Michael. It's going to be 10, 15, and 63.
11, last of Macaulay, first of Philip, middle M for Michael, 10, 15, 63.
Oh, thanks, Cheryl. That's so cool.
Send in the solid personnel up here as well, and then I believe you're good to go 10-10.
Oh, dude, I'll show that later. That's so sweet of you. Cute. Wow. Okay, let's go back to what KCRA just showed and go back in time.
4211, I have a match on that name and date of birth. They are valid on Class A Adam.
Nice.
Social number is Union 0139237 out of Penn Valley. Data expires or STA is alternative to RPC.
Pretty cool.
That party is going to be transported to Rideout Hospital in Yuba Center or Marysville with possible broken hip. 43 Grass Valley.
Be transported to Rideout in Marysville with a possible deal hip.
We are back to normal cross-staffing.
I was calling the drawing that you made cool, Cheryl. I just checked my email. I thought you were giving me a map of the fire, and it was a hand-drawn drawing, but it's very, very cool. But I will show it later when, when we can take a break here. Really appreciate your drawing skills are cool. Hey, wow, look at this ugly picture. It's like a war zone, but it's also kind of beautiful, like a painting. Oh, yeah, no worries, Cheryl. Yeah. Well, I wanted to go live tonight to announce that I'm going to be in California. I'm going to be there for the 4th of July parade at Chester, and I thought we were going to have fun tonight, but instead, French Corral area is on fire.
Water Center 23 staging at Station 84.
We'll have a fun stream one of these days.
Water Center 23,
Let's look back at the aircraft. Who's in town? These helicopters, I feel good for the structures in Birchville, knowing that they're patrolling. They're the ones that save houses individually. The planes are the tide turners for the actual spread of the fire itself. But helicopters, they save your house. Big Dog says these Coulson planes are the latest and best in the business. Yeah, they look pro. They got some shiny paint on them. The drops are all done by computer. No way.
Local 34, Cal Fire is still on scene. They're going to be transporting. Can you 21 RP?
I'm trying to catch up on chat, guys. Now this plane here is the lead plane.
Transporting for a hip injury.
There's a Bell helicopter, and a Sikorsky Black Hawk. Okay, that must be one of the Firehawks, but it's no photo available. Oh wait, no, it's 39 years old. It's a Sky. No, it's not a Sky Crane. It's a straight up ancient Black Hawk. Oh, I wonder what it looks like. Now, 9 turbo tracker. It looks like they're using Grass Valley mostly for their little airport. Oh, the firefighters on the ground are restaging a quarry by Birchville. Birchville. Let's look at our
74, water tender 84.
evacuation zone. Have not changed.
997.
North of Marysville Road, Truce Trail. Advisory of evacuation of Dobbins. Okay. Back at our cams. Let's do a 15. Last 15-minute time lapse. Now I'm going to try to go back and check out chat. Did I miss anything? Yeah, Big Dog. Yeah, I totally want to check that out. I'm losing daylight to do what I need to do outside. Tinker 912 is a DC-10, capable of a 9,400. Capable of dropping almost 10,000 gallons. Nice, Joe. Keep it coming. Thank you, Robin. Hey, Kimber. Yeah, the winds are erratic today. Look at the vegetation just kind of poking by. Around 11 p.m., they'll shift back and go the opposite direction. And I'm hoping the embers don't spot down on the covered bridge. I'm sure they've got it wet as a fish right now, though.
2374, water tender 84, tag 9.
Those are 1449 Grass Valley.
Wondering if you want me to shut off your pump.
Grass Valley, helicopter 36, Whiskey Lima, leaving the fire for 10, 15 minutes in around.
Helicopter 6 Whiskey Lima 2004.
Yeah, an hour of daylight left.
01. Hill. Doing that distance tankers on the up. You're just kind of across the flats up there. Sounds like there's a hang. Moment. Okay, copy. Clear out.
Yeah, what's going on with Canada? Somebody was getting worried about
Lead 7, Tinker 88 off Grass Valley.
one of those fires. Kind of a friend near Kamloops, I believe.
Advised to bring the animals to the fairground. 3014 for Tinker, number 2 for Tinker 88.
I'd like to put some tanker drops in there to reinforce you guys.
Oh
units, South National Forest, ECC down staff for the evening. Scarborough has night AMB 760.
7. 103, I think I see you out there over the Broad Valley.
21 Nevada County. 21, I know you're 10-6. We have a pending 415 verbal on Union Street. It's a male yelling and screaming.
Sure.
Great.
Yeah, 10. 9112 is coming back from McClellan. Yeah, I don't know that the Little Grass Valley Airport could accommodate a DC-10.
You got you in sight, meet you at 3.4.
When these things go this slow, they're wheels down, or gear down, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah, that is so cool, Cheryl. Yeah, that would make a good coffee mug too. I was hoping to design the logo live with you guys watching, and you could be like, no, put the flame over there. No, make that K a different font.
Yeah, I kind of there in the sunlight. Oh, there. Okay. Yeah.
Hey, there's one. The copter. Oh, and the bucket. Bambi bucket.
For you, I'm a little ways behind, but we just found the chart I see there, and
Yeah. I have no idea how to do merchandise, but we'll figure it out. Maybe it could be like a fundraiser thing. I want to throw candy to the kids in the parade if I'm able to register us as a group. I don't know where we're going to get a banner in such a short amount of time, but I want to be in that parade. I want to kiss the hands of every firefighter too. I'll probably be in California at least 10 days.
21 for the 415 on Union Street. The caller's in the back bedroom trying to separate yourself from the suspect house.
Hey, Witchy.
Highway, I see.
Yeah, there were some beautiful drops.
2041, 2007. Clear.
Glad.
what do you have on Union?
This gives you an idea of the ruggedness of the terrain of the. Once the Yuba starts climbing up into the mountains, it's super rugged. Giant boulders, steep canyons, and little hidden gold mines and such, just in the brush.
Nevada County, you get 1022. It's going to be a Grass Valley call.
It's almost impossible to hike.
4211, go ahead.
11, myself, and S1 will be 96. Could be a solo ATV 1181.
4211, yourself and S1 will be 1098. I'll be a solo ATV 1181.
What's worse for firefighter access is there's almost no bridges on the Yuba here. There used to be a bunch of other ones in the distant past. They were not maintained, eaten by fire, and or just allowed to collapse or imploded, and or the raging Yuba floods, which happen every 15 to 25 years. They have just erased the bridges that used to exist in the 1800s and early 20th century, and they just don't get rebuilt. There's just not enough communities. The bridges last longer than the actual gold rush communities did. And so why would you build a bridge to nowhere if it kind of becomes the thinking for somebody counting beans for a county in their limited budget for, say, infrastructure and road building? Well, the reason you build a bridge to nowhere is so you could control the fire. Why would you drive 45 minutes up a windy carriage-wide road to try to control a fire, only to have reach that ridge top, have the ember just blow across, and then 5 minutes later you got a raging inferno on the other side of the river? Oh, it's a 2-hour detour to get to the other side? That doesn't work. We need to remake many of the bridges that used to be here. Communities are gone. Firefighters can't do nothing without access. Okay. Witchy says looks not real far north of Lake Wildwood. Yeah, it's north of French Corral, slightly to the northeast. It's kind of creeping its way towards Bullard's Bar. So they've taken the ground crews. They've already relocated their staging area, and I want to point out why. Why did they choose a rock quarry? There's nothing in a quarry that can burn. There's nothing in here. This is a perfectly safe spot. So if you are a person who is looking to evacuate and you look at satellite maps, which is a good idea, look for things like this: golf courses, recently plowed fields, open mines. Places like this are absolutely safe as long as you can keep your own vehicle from, catching fire from, say, a burning branch or something rolling up against it. You got to get out with a broom and kind of push it away, or like a hoe or whatever you can put in your car. Wrap a wool blanket around your foot and punt it, get back in your car. These are perfectly safe places to be. This is where firefighters just chill and coordinate. Golf courses are better. They have water supplies. But instead of fleeing by car in a panic, oftentimes pull into something like this and you're good. Or someplace with a pond or, lake shore, that sort of thing. What they do. They want to be able to relax.
KMB 242. AAA, if you could put triple M towing back on top, and I have 1140 in info.
Yeah. Big Dog says the fire is 3 hours old.
42-3 is a triple A tail. We'll put triple M back on top, so it's 1148.
It is 8:13 p.m.
To the 49 in Madu, the White Shoulder, it's probably going to be less than a half a mile away. Starting mileage of 193,280.
42-3, 1148 to 49 Madu to the wide right-hand shoulder. Should be about less than half a mile. Beginning is 193,280 at 2012.
I don't know if there are any FLIR cameras on landscape anymore. They seem to have moved them after the Dixie and the Caldor. Are any FLIR cameras available? That would be great. I have a feeling that they'll just mount them whenever a big fire happens. That's where they'll place it. Yeah. The Dobbins area is on alert right now. Let's refresh. Let's refresh Zone Alarm. Zone Haven, I mean. Jeez. Yeah, it's still on blue. It's still on alert. Sevastopol's on warning.
7 Tinker 93 is just off Grass Valley, 7 miles. Tinker 9301.
Grass Valley Medic 5 is back in county, available zone 2.
500 counters, 2,000
DC-10's making his way.
for number 2 behind 912. Tinker 93.
Go, Corral, Yuba.
The heck happened to this cam? Okay, Nicole Lever says, does the wind shift in this canyon push it back to black? Right now it's going towards Bullards because it's still...
Tinker 93 looks like I'm a little bit ahead of 912 if you don't mind that. Eaton is turbulence on his wake on the last one, was it?
1.19, are we good to remove the patch?
Tinker 103, empty, ETA 25.
Okay, let's frame by frame.
181. Res is air attack 2014. 4 and route to
42.3, any mileage?
Yeah, I'm just on the other side of the smoke from you, but I'll pop. You want me to
Erie.
jump that one?
Poplar Meadow and Stages Road.
42.3, go ahead,
And the south or southwest wind right now is blowing it to the north by northeast. It's going towards towards North San Juan and Dobbins in general. But around 11 p.m., right now the air is hot. It's rising up from the valley, which is up in altitude, meaning that the valley winds go up into the mountains. But when the sun sets, all the air is going to cool, and cool air sinks, so it's going to reverse the wind direction if it follows typical daily patterns. And then it'll hopefully blow the fire back exactly on itself, but that's not exactly what will happen in a canyon, because these canyons are wind tunnels. So where the wind is going to pick up, so embers will most likely just go down the canyons, regardless of actual wind. Oh, this is beautiful, kind of. Regardless of the prevailing wind direction, canyons always function as wind tunnels. During the Caldor, people kept saying there was a conspiracy because the fire was spreading against the wind, and it wasn't. Just down in the canyons, it goes the same direction as the river. Now, prevailing winds above the canyons are just going the way that the winds are. So you can, if you are flying a drone, like down in a canyon, and don't fly a drone during wildfires, somebody will fine you really bad, I hope. But say on a normal day you were flying a drone and you were down in that canyon, you'd be like, oh, winds aren't so bad. If you just went like 100 feet above it, they'd be from a different direction and maybe much fiercer or maybe much more lazy. But 100 feet of elevation can make a difference.
Number 3, 4,000. Looking for 914, tanker 8.
Yeah, he's got to circle a bit to drop altitude around Oregon House. That's Tanker 912, one of the DC-10s. Okay. Yeah, which he definitely, everybody, even at Bullard's Bar, should be ready to go. There's not that many roads, see? So even if the fire isn't near you, you gotta think about, is it near the roads, like the ways out? Just leave the area. If you can smell smoke around here, leave the area. That's my advice. Leave before you're told, that's always best. Be prepared in case you're unsure. As in, keys in the ignition, ready. Listening to the radio, ready. And if you get nervous before you're told, leave. Go. Gut tries to tell you something, listen to. Now, if the smoke turns your way and the wind picks up, get the hell out of there. 13 Click says, I'm just above Wildwood and I'm packing. That's wise. It's wise. Even if you have to pour out your milk, put a gallon of water in your car. Get a wool blanket if you can. Put your N95 masks in there and get out a paper map and just start highlighting the best ways for you to go. 3 different directions, 3 different evacuation routes on 3 different main roads, 3 different directions. And look at the satellite maps for shelter and place options, such as the quarry. You'll feel so much better. If you go and flip, say, Caltopo, if you want to plan everything, in case the fire would overtake you, the best thing that you can do if you look at Google Maps or Caltopo is get, especially Forest Service maps, because they'll show you the smaller bodies of water. Everywhere water goes underneath a road, that's a culvert or that's a bridge. Guaranteed. Water never flows on top of it, even if it's a seasonal creek, and highlight these. And what you need to do is drive, not during a fire, but just in a normal time of the day, get out if you can and inspect these culverts and bridges and put a check mark as in good. If your way becomes blocked in front and behind you, you need to get in one of these culverts or bridges, park next to it, and get ready to get inside. Under it, that's what's going to save you. Most people get in trouble when they're in their vehicle. Evacuation by car is a window of opportunity that closes. And if it closes, you still have to have a bunch of fallbacks.
Copy, I will advise your dispatch.
Yeah, that's right, Nicole. There's like, the roads here were literally Indian paths turned into stagecoach roads. And the stagecoach roads were then paved and never widened for the automobile. Like, I can't tell you how primitive these are. It's time capsule road building. It's also time capsule buildings too. There's ancient roads too that are no longer maintained, but you could see them on LiDAR that go down to old mines, things like this that go down into the canyons. Oftentimes that's where mines are. It used to be. We turn on layers. No, that may not be a mine there, but oftentimes you could see a little dirt spot where at the end of the mine they dump the dirt, the tailings, and you'll see like dirt strip looking things, and that's going downhill, and the mine is up on the top of the how you find them satellite. But yeah, the Yuba district is legendary around the world for its gold richness, its quartz veins, hard rock mines, the giant nuggets that come out when you wash the hills away. That was banned mostly, except there's a big exception. You can still, excuse me, that's just regular local chatter. You can actually still hydromine if you build a dam to collect the tailings, and that's what Englebright is. I never knew that till I looked into history. It's not for power, it's not for recreation, it's for tailings. After the 1875 ban on hydraulic mining, or oh wow, we got some airplane drops. Pull it back. They the whole idea was to shut it down so that they didn't make the rivers too shallow with all the hillside dirt washing into them. But as long as you built a dam, you wash away the hillsides all you want and get your giant nuggets. Your 33-pound nuggets, 54-pound nuggets. Ooh, there's a DC-10 right there. The Dogtown nugget was 54 pounds up by Magalia and Paradise. We still got for aircraft. Looking back at chat. Nicole used to ride a school bus on these roads. I pity ya. I pity ya. For example, here's a powerhouse. You see a bridge? Ain't no bridge. Used to be a bridge. This little windy road used to go down. But there ain't no bridge now.
I just had a dirt bike, a blue dirt bike with a young rider, long black hair, below my closure, headed on Pleasant Valley Road.
When you had a younger rider with long black hair on a blue dirt bike close to the closure, was last seen on Pleasant Valley Road.
It wasn't, it was a pretty common sight actually in the Yuba and the Feather to see buckets, people crossing it in these buckets. They would stretch lines across the river. These are power lines, but just normal ones, like a zip line, but it would have to carry mining equipment for people's claims. I bet you there are claims up and down here if it's allowed that close to a powerhouse, and people still pick, pan, and shovel and get their nuggets. Every single year, more nuggets wash out of the hills. Look at all the dead trees in the landscape from the last fire. Yeah, that's 2012, but not good. And so I would see miners putting their gear into these primitive, rusty old buckets that they would put on these zip lines, and then they would, like hundreds of feet up in the air, just tow themselves across.
RP to the Safeway and then took the vehicle without permission. No further segment here at 2025.
Hey. Some of these cameras. Let's see if we can see the tanker drop. Oh, hey, Joseph, you fixed an air conditioner at the powerhouse last week. It's amazing down there. Well, hopefully it's going to be intact.
Same area, Fort Hill, 3-2. Rise to their attack, Grass Valley.
Donnie Knoll says this place is nuts. Taking care of my 90-year-old mom last 4 years. Remember you from last time? Hey, welcome. Thanks again. Prayers for all involved. Absolutely. I hope she's doing well. I hope your mom's doing well. Oh, Ghost Town Living? Yeah, somebody, a millionaire apparently bought Cerro Gordo, and he has the channel Ghost Town Living. I haven't seen much. I saw the video where he tests a flashlight that's supposed to be the world's most powerful flashlight that doesn't have its own generator. I said I could use that flashlight for my ghost town filming, and I looked up the cost, and it was like a $700 flashlight. And he like shone it across a canyon and went, "Whoa, dude!" Right. Oh yeah, he's been on since 2020. He bought it right in 2020, ready to welcome tourists. He may have gone a little bit mad, being alone up there.
Number 2, tanker 88.
Okay. Smitty's talking about Transformers. C-Probe says there's a C-130 overhead near Moffett. Wow. See, 13 clicks. You have the right attitude, by the way. I commend you. And I really hope you're going to stay safe and everything going to go well here. Let's look and see what Watch Duty has to say about the progress of fighting this fire.
Tracking units, report about possible 22052 driver left 11180 6th Markway in a black 2017 Honda Pilot, Cal 7 Yellow, Mary Paul 779, unknown direction of travel.
I copy. I'm headed northbound or northwest.
So far.
Wow, look at where the Marsh S2 has been. That's just the one plane's trail. And that is the barf bag route right there. We're banking again. No, please, no. You know, if you ever feel... Second. Oh, this looks beautiful. The golden era. It's the golden hour. Most of the planes will not take off again, though, if they land at the... So if you ever feel like, should I sleep when the wildfire is near me, consider sleeping in your car and driving to one of the safer spots.
Grass Valley Engine 2383, just confirming you would like us to return to Station 30.
Engine 2383, affirmative, cover Station 30.
You tell the kids it's like camping.
Gotcha. 1 over 10, 1 over 7. Engine 2383, 2029.
1 over 10, Nevada County.
We are listening to Nevada County Public Safety, which has the firefighter chatter, but unfortunately also local dispatch and car chases and stuff.
Nevada County.
But Nevada County has the airport where these planes are taking off from, and Nevada County assisting in a big way. Grass Valley is on the scene. This one got nasty. So I'm going to read you the update from 8:20 on watch duty. Let's see if we
45,
get
249 Mary, Sacramento, 1125, southbound 49 at Dry Creek.
fire remains at 510 acres. As of 8:20, 500 structures remain threatened, with reports that some have been destroyed. Unknown how many. I haven't heard that on the radio, but then again, I'm late to this party because I was going and getting medical tests done. Current priority is to keep the fire out of Yuba drainage, keep it from spotting across and potentially impacting areas of Yuba County. That reminds me, I have to eat something. I got blood drawn today, and I'm like, I'm fine, guys. I haven't eaten yet, but I'm fine. And then I stumbled. Phlebotomist is like, whoa. I said, can you prescribe a steak for me? I need my red meat, right? I need my iron. And she was laughing. Her name was Catherine, too, which was hilarious. She goes, absolutely, I'm prescribing you a steak. And thanks everybody who has donated to the channel to keep me going and keep me fed. I can't exactly cook when I'm at my post. And I do appreciate everybody who's donated. I also was hoping to fundraise tonight to get gas money to get to California. I shall be there on the 4th of July in Chester. Loose plans for the other days. In Plumas County, several days, may relocate down towards Tahoe, play it by ear. But be there and be square, 4th of July parade in Chester. Meet me at the pizza factory. Hey, Nancy K. Or are you guys eating? You guys had dinner? Please go eat. I actually need to do something outside. But oh, thanks, Cheryl. Thank you for the $10. Really appreciate it. I appreciate your drawing. I'll share it later. Big Dog says, any food in the house right now, or do I need a few bucks? Oh, would you? Thank you. Thank you so much. That'll get me 1.5 gallons of. Are you saying leave you unsupervised? I'm wary. Even my mods have known to be wise.
Grass Valley Medic 4. Grass Valley.
I do have things like macaroni, but
Out of service. Have a good night.
I was wanting my steak.
2033, good night.
So,
Grass Valley.
that was a lot of blood they took. Guys, you're awesome. You know, I got a leftover pizza slice.
You can clear event 263 back en route to 250.
Whoa, look at that. That's beautiful.
Medic 5 clear and cover.
Like a pastel painting in a sun flare. Bloody sunset. Kind of like a golden ball.
9110 Charlie, Grass Valley.
Dang. Screenshot right there. Time is now 8:35 because I can't figure out the clock widget on Streamlabs. I tried to make the stream better. I got this 19.
Is it closer to the gill, kind of slow for so we're working?
Oh, thank you, Rosemary. Guys, you should contact me now if you want to meet me. This is my email, and I'll do my best. I think we should party at Pizza Factory on either the 4th of July after the parade or the 5th, maybe the next day at noon. Thank you. Oh my gosh, guys, thank you. You're so wonderful. Yeah, that sunset. I've got a 14-hour drive
Copy 97 plus, Holly.
that I gotta do.
Copy 9110 Charlie 2034.
Oh, you guys take care of me so much. Thank you, thank you.
1419.
Lodging. We got a super deal. Super deal thanks to C-Probe. He's the man. He found best Airbnb. Wow, look at that. It's airplane and sunset both. Wow. That's a DC-10, right? And the sunset. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Nancy, that'd be great. Oh, you'll take me out to dinner at Tahoe. Oh. Where's Opus Singer? I was there and I didn't have his contact info. Oh, look, guys, the airplane is in front of the sunset. That's an S2, isn't it?
You can assign me to 171.
Copy 171.
Wow. That's going to be the most beautiful flight right now. Even if the fire is ugly, the sunset's beautiful. Hey, big dog, thank you. Yeah, this is breathtaking. Air pollution is what causes beautiful sunsets, whether it be volcanic.
All copters are outbound right now.
All copters are leaving the building. It's sulfur dioxide particles and a couple other things, but mostly SO2. Volcanic stuff, diesel exhaust, industry. California's got a lot of that. Wow. Another one, look at that. Circling, that's one of the passenger jets right there. Let's see. When it blips off in a second, I'll see which one that likely been. Oh, it's still there. Look, stunning. Where's my screenshot button? Do I not have a screenshot? Oh no, I don't have the hotkey for a screenshot. Oh well, we could pause it if we needed to. This is timestamped 8:38. Wow, look again, a silhouette. That's a turbo tracker. I do want to meet you in Tahoe. That would probably be on the 7th. Then I would get to the Tahoe area and El Dorado County, thereabouts. So 7th to the 14th. There's more planes just circling. All right.
Tinker 15, 12 miles south.
That was Tinker 914, guys, and 137. So it was the 737 and the DC-10. Stunning. In the 15 minutes.
403014, Tinker 14.
The helicopters are Elvis. They have left the building. When the sun sets, there's the air show. Now, I have a dilemma. Eat real fast, go out there and do what I need in daylight and come back in an hour? Or just sit here and man the station? Hey, Witchy, are you, you're in Nevada? I keep forgetting, sorry.
1419, I copy code 4, he's expired and clear.
All of you get multiple hearts. Donation hearts. Go. Yes, we are all in this fight together.
Possible, but if we can.
Let's look at the other cams. Oops. Didn't want to close that. Reopen.
176.
Now that's an ugly view. Only the one looking west is nice.
3 in sight, we're starting our deep.
John Sater says, what's the skinny on Mount Shasta?
7 Tinker 89 is holding 7 miles to the east.
As in seismically? Or
89, I'll remain holding 4,000 to the east.
County 1419.
eat and go out? Yeah, okay.
Can I get an infraction on traffic? Hey, number.
Okay, here's a poll, guys. Vote.
1419, August 24th, 2022. It's a Wednesday at 0830. 8/24/2022, Wednesday at 0830.
Oh, hey, RJ, welcome. Fire's 15 miles away. I'm southwest of the fire. Whoa. Got 2 planes on this one right there.
Wildfire's coming up, so you got everybody in sight.
Yeah, do email me with your contact info, people, or at least your emails.
1434, Nevada County status.
Code 4, South Code 4, I'll be on 2103 feet.
10-4. 40.
RJ, you're in Yuba County? Wow. Well, I may end up in the valley at Yuba County at one point. That would be probably towards the end of the trip, the 10th or 14th-ish, something like that. 16th, maybe? Dobbins has burned down multiple times. Oh god, that's sad. Timbuktu burned down long ago, so there were only 2 buildings back in the day that were left of Timbuktu. Wells Fargo office and different one.
Crest Valley, Bryce's air attack here, Crest release.
And some idiot threw a grappling hook on the roof of Timbuktu and tore the walls down because some local legend said there was gold hidden in the walls. It was a freaking joke.
ETA 2045. Tanker 9, the Chico, empty. ETA 2050. 28. Tanker 914, to McClellan, empty.
075, White Escort.
Whiskey Lima, to Auburn Station.
9 Cadillac, utility to Norton Corp out of Walnut Creek.
Here you go, Mikey Mike, Nevada County Public Safety West. Here is your link.
Fleet 7, Tanker 89, you mind if I join 15?
Okay, what's going on with Shasta?
1434.
Code 4, family friend taking us to the hospital.
40 votes.
Value's been released from the Rice's incident. 2042.
Yes, and I'll be up.
Okay, the people have spoken. So what screen do you want me to leave it on? I'll have to try to set it up so it keeps refreshing. Cheryl Simpson says, yeah, totally up to you if you want to show the artwork. Yeah. Oh, cool. I will. But I'm losing daylight. I have to do something important outside. So I will be back. Well, first of all, I'm going to eat. Wait, do I have enough daylight to eat? Crap, let me look out the window. I can eat right after I do the work. I'm going to eat right after I do the work. Okay, so going outside first. I can keep kind of walking in, but you know what Edge tries to do? It tries to make these tabs sleep, and if you don't move the mouse around and stuff, every once in a while these things go to sleep. I think I had an auto refresh widget sort of thing. I'd have to add that to the browser. Hang on a second. Let's see if I can set it up real quick. I was a little frightened after last year's stream. I go to reinstall Windows. I reinstalled.
Charles, 168495. Correction, 1684295.
The extension for auto refresh that I used last year was marked as malware and disabled. I'm like, what? Why was malware allowed in the Chrome store? Alright. Alright, easy auto refresh by dummy software. We're gonna try it. It seals my identity. I'm gonna try it.
Site might clear down.
Is it good? Is it on?
Engine 23-6 cleared up.
1419.
I'll follow them through.
Station 10, engine 77. Clear cup, turn the quarters. Advise one en route 24.
Okay.
To Nevada County.
Okay. How do you turn it on?
Lincoln 2, we have a pending 415 near 1505 Donner Pass Road for rapid deploy. There's 2 males advising the HV bicycle bush trying to fight them.
Hold while I evaluate and read the manual.
I'm not sure what the start point is, so give me a little bit of smoke there.
Okay. Click. Go. Turn on. Go. Click. Love of cars. The bash mode says, oh, thank you for the kind donation. Get some dessert with dinner. Oh, yes.
Both units copy. We're clearing 10-8.
Thank you so much, friends.
Disturbance.
Anybody know how to work this? Get steak? Yes, I will. I don't have time to get to any steakhouse right now, but maybe I can get that.
Nevada County 2 Lincoln 2, do we have a dock number or a cross street?
This is supposed to work. Oh!
Area of Reed Avenue, but it's close to the address of 15304 Donner Pass Road.
Alright, I get it.
Helicopter 516, crash out.
It only works on one of my windows.
516 is off the right incident en route to Grass Valley Airport. ETE 6 minutes.
Copter 516, 2047.
This test 22nd. Because I had too many dang tabs open. I have a second window, a second monitor.
We'll head back to ready. It's 2-5 minutes.
Okay, in 20 seconds, let's count down. Let's see if it refreshes the page.
Correction, clearly connect.
Okay. But it went stupid like that.
We're going to be extended about 15 minutes.
So much. I had a milkshake today. Chocolate and banana. With a cookie blended in. A little bit of peanut butter. Okay, this is the best we can do for refreshing the camera. Is this acceptable?
4-6, go ahead.
I'll just...
Copy,
May have...
49 Empire, red pickup.
Right to their attack aircraft.
Alright, if this is acceptable, then... I'll just put a message up. I should have a theme already. I was working on that. There's pre-made images that say be right back. Add text. Test scroll.
Belt killer.
Attack aircraft release.
Okay.
Right to their attack, Grass Valley, go ahead.
Release tanker 89 empty to Grass Valley. ETA 2055. Tanker 15, empty. ETA 2105. Tanker 13, to Fresno, empty. ETA 2125. And lead to Reading,
Not
ETA
working.
2110.
Okay. Anyway, I can't make this work.
And additionally, copter 516 to Grass Valley, ETA 2055. That should be all aircraft off the fire other than ourselves.
Grass Valley copies 2050.
All the aircraft are off the fire. Okay. A little message here, the old-fashioned way, scrub way.
Average starting line underneath all of that was some pretty steep country. And 7 by number. Come across there now to give you a better walkthrough on that. Adam 6514828 down for 4.
Temporary up to 4.
All right, friends, see you soon.
The bottom half. Now, put a power line up. Pretty steep.
Engine 77, Grass Valley.
Plus well, units are 98.
52.
Forward 6, Nevada County. Forward 6, first to Joseph, born in 1963 out of Grass Valley, is valid. His 20 on square break.
42L, go ahead.
Airport.
Him, 1986 Toyota pickup.
Next 2053.
Flight M1195 Alpha Rito. Let me know when you're ready for the 28.
At that fixed post.
The Henry Adam 397.
I will confirm. 4210 Sacramento.
Wait, can you 10-9 the first number? Okay, now.
Appreciate that. Copy. You're still 97 at 49 at Burchill. 42L, copy.
10-4, thank you.
Call 8 from 1 call 31. Do you want a second unit? 4 for now. is 2729 by name and...
Okay. You want to possible opposite block?
Station 30 is in 181, clear cover, return to quarter. Advise when en route 2055.
Vehicles clearing expired December 2021, 2007 Volkswagen 4-door, last to Hayward, first of Samuel, after Gas Valley.
AM either 27 and 28 when you get...
Hayward.
Rest is operation.
S1, can you 1021 dispatch when you get a chance?
Sir, 42S1, that's the firm.
Sacramento 1125 pedestrian, eastbound 80 at 65.
On any US.
31, go ahead. No problem.
Right there, tech on here to ground.
520.
4520.
4520, I can check on that. Getting on southbound from Blue.
Copy, you'll check on the pedestrian, you're on southbound 65. 4521, copy.
31, copy.
Contingency group. Versus air tech on here. Division Mike, right to their attack on here to ground.
One Paul 55 in Nevada County. One Paul 55, Nevada County. 1 Paul 55 per 110.6. Can you head up to Bridgeport?
I've 110.6, you're going to be relieving CHP and hold that post.
Center 97 area check.
Back line 312. Division Romeo. Division Mike, air attack. Do you have any contact with us?
Gas 91, 81's returning.
Engine 181, 2101.
Get it.
4.
One. There's the on the alpha side, kind of way up as far as they can chunk it out.
Indication we were at French and Mill.
French and Mill.
Yeah, affirmative. From the air, most looks like a pretty decent dozer country. If they start running down there and just push as far as they can tonight. So they do that. Move towards the head. Operation. 3.
I'll be 10-8 and assign me to the fire log and the location I'm fitted to. 10-8, cook for 327 to attach. The center at Pleasant Valley Sanctuary for 42L. Oh, 69.
Valley Sanctuary.
Break. Yellow 8436767. Break. The last is California Yellow 8732061.
For Yuma, return to Yuma just to attach. Temper.
Yeah, go ahead, John 2.
you should come back to left of Judd.
10-4.
No, 520, same thing, UTL, Taylor to Rockland Road.
One 434.
Rotation 15.
10-4.
Our phone's working down there. Can I phone them when we get on the ground? For Romeo, everything going down. Got quite a bit of fingers down there. Significant chunk of all stuff. If you could pass on to continue, if they follow the line, once they get to the start coming back. No, it's all. Right to your tech. Yeah, affirmative. Starting down in Alpha. Coming up the left flank. Most of that looks like pretty good dozer country. All the way up the left flank. It gets really hot. Roll out.
In Nevada County.
He's there, but I think it's good chance. Way too steep for dozers. Come around.
All four are valid. Last at Judge is on Dane B Corp probation and on formal probation. Right.
To the east. Still on the west.
Placer.
Hey, is there any terms?
Negative terms listed. It's for 23 on 52, Prince A.
Coming around. Romeo's holding it. On down into extra. I'm not seeing really any activity all down in extra. See what line, but in terms of our behavior.
We have a 10.81. Occurred 10 to 15 ago on Casa. It's a brown 2014 Honda CRV.
Almost 97 with the other unit, so we'll be a bit extended.
Fire's burning with still.
We're about to clear. If you're good to go, 10 pushes.
Kind of shifting out of the out towards the river. If we can get some dozers down there, that's plan. But holding with the wind and the rollout, it's going to be challenging. As soon as you get those dozers in there, probably be a big deal.
Can I get a traffic coordinator?
One point is going to be for infraction or misdemeanor.
Right.
It's August 22nd, 2022. It's a Monday at 10:00. 8/22/2022. Monday at 10:00.
Copy. If your crew's on, there may be only Bill. They get all the way down to the bottom. Wrap those fingers coming up the other side. That's about maybe 1,500 outside of that line. Grass Valley, Rice's air attack aircraft release.
Rice's air attack, Grass Valley.
Releasing air attack 230 to Grass Valley, ETA 2120.
Air attack 230, 2113.
Grass Valley, Angel 181, back in our first two.
Engine 181, 2113.
One point, your case 1928, 1928.
Battalion 1116, Grass Valley, West Tone 4. Battalion 1116, Grass Valley.
Fall 59, 10-10, good night.
Temper gang.
Grass Valley, Rice 9,
Strike Team 9250, Lima 2115.
Need information for all our units. Roseville PD is on a stop with a pursuit vehicle. South Bluff Drive and Chadbury Drive. It's information only. Sacramento clear at 2150.
116 Grass Valley West, tone 4.
1 Ball 12, Cal Fire staging again, 11096 Stanley Way. We had a 911 call, female stage, needed medical, and then disconnected.
Station 2, medical staging required, Stanley Way.
We'll break 1 Ball 31, Nevada County. Did you copy your call? 10 4.
Engine 2, Sierra Nevada ambulance, medical staging required for an unknown medical, the 911 from NCSO. At 11096 Stanley Way, across the Cedar Way and Sierra Drive. Staging on response, 2116.
Grass Valley Medic 3 is responding, copy staging.
Medic 3, 2117.
Grass Valley Battalion 2.
2, Grass Valley. Battalion 2, Grass Valley.
Show me responding to Stanley Way.
Battalion 2, copy staging.
Copy staging, just confirming no contact. It was a 911 drop.
Battalion 2, affirm.
I copy. Grass Valley, engine 2 responding, copy staging.
2, 2119.
Valley 77.
Engine 77 Grass Valley. Engine 77, 219.
Engine 2 arrive staging.
Engine 2, 2121.
All 3-4, here's a tow en route.
134, it's Triple M. They're approximately 5 away.
Several copy Triple M.
All 34 Nevada County, do you have a color for the Jetta?
Gray.
10-4.
And 2's arrive staging.
10-4.
154 B for storage.
Copy for storage.
Lincoln 2, you can show me out at Casa Base.
10-4.
Grass Valley Medic 3's arrive staging.
Medic 3, 2123.
All 3-4, tows on team.
Copy, tows nice.
AM 97, I'll do an air check.
The area check.
County Patrol, Patrol Elder, 7.
112, stand by. Break, can you go ahead?
Found the vehicle at pass time.
Copy, pass times. Break, 112, go ahead.
4 Elder, 10 Medic 2.
Send to medical. Unit staged medical, Stanley.
Is anyone AC1? 251, assignment complete.
10-4.
Nevada County 1AC1, you can close up. Complete.
10-4. Medic 3.
Medic 3.
All units clear, enter 2125.
Phantom 97 out with that vehicle.
Yeah, I'll
Lincoln 2, where is 16?
Second 2, they're out at pass time. Multiple 8.
Engine 2, all units at speed.
Has a vehicle.
2126.
One Paul 31, I'm out with one Paul 12.
Copy out, 1 Paul 12.
Zach, 42L.
42L, go ahead.
Can you see if you can raise Officer Tuckerfield on the air, please? Find out 1020. Your way.
3 Robert 2, Sacramento on the green.
Toward you. Is the vehicle occupied?
1020.
Robert 2, can you send that?
County en route here for restock.
Confirm your 1020.
43-8.
Confirming you relieve 43 of Pleasant Valley and Sanctuary. Copy. 42L.
42L, did you have traffic here at 10-1?
42L, that's a firm. 43 Robert 2 is going to be Pleasant Valley and Sanctuary.
Can I show you this code for?
At 10-4. If you could have him respond when Officer Adams from Grass Valley arrives at that 1020, if you could have him respond back to 49 at Tyler Foot and relieve Officer Reed, that would be great. Thank you.
42L 10-4 will have 43 Robert 2 when 42 Echo 97 respond to 49 and Tyler Foot. Early 4210. 43 Robert 2.
Yeah, I got Sacramento 44-110. I'm going to move south to Ocean.
Multi-use traffic. 42 just confirming you will advise 43 Robert 2 when you go 97.
Okay, stay firm. I'm 2 minutes out.
Copy, thank you.
Back 110 affirm. And I got his Arizona return. Can you send me his California return as well, please? Thanks, Uncle. 44-110. If you could 29 him out of Sac County, please.
Nevada County 1025, 415 Sunway. 368 Sunway, apartment number 1. RP's reporting ongoing with the sun having a meltdown. He's in his room holding the door closed.
Someone else.
10-4 units back.
Go back.
Grass Valley unit back. Force 90, you're very 10-1, re-identify.
4 Ocean 22.
10-4.
110, the 29 is clear all around.
6597 at Bridgeport.
Copy, nice in Bridgeport. Can I show you good for? 10-4.
Nevada County 181, attach me to 238.
Yeah, Alpha Bridge. For 110, I found his 27 out of California. That's 110 affirm. It'll be X-ray 1473885. Sacramento 43, I'm 1019.
43A, around 1019.
42A, 97 with 43 Robert. And all advice.
43A, you're 97. 42A, you're 97. 43 Robert 2, and you'll advise them where to return to.
1419, Nevada County.
Good.
1419, sending you a suspicious subject, Central Avenue at Memorial Park. Reporting seeing a flashlight in the construction zone.
I copy. Outside.
10-4 break 4, 9 Nevada County. I think I covered you. Confirming code 4.
Code 4.
10-4.
County portion 2297.
Copy 97. Going to 16.
202, 1 X-ray from Casa Beza to past 930 mileage is 62706.
Copy 62706. Copy. South Auburn.
Go ahead.
444, it's going to be at the Stagecoach on South Auburn. There's a male yelling and walking around the property looking into rooms. It's a HMA associated with a blue Chevy truck, last seen wearing tan shorts and a white t-shirt.
10-4 en route.
Forward 6, copy to back. 10-4.
Wait, 10-10. Right, 45, wait, 2, 10-10.
Nevada County, 1 over 8, 10-10.
10-4, good night.
Can you go with that vehicle description?
County.
Blackie, 10-6 for just a second.
10-4, 1 Edward 10's requesting at 21.
Visual of them going eastbound.
Are you going to give him a call?
Nevada County, 4-4, 97.
Negative transport, patient AMA, all units available.
1419 Nevada County status.
You can show me 10 WCO.
10-4.
Have a good night.
249 Marriott, 10-10, have a good night.
Back 44-140, we're behind the vehicle. I got a 28 when you're ready. 40, it's going to be 4, William Victor King, 734. We're going to be making a stop west of Red Hawk.
44-140, that 29 returns clear. Registration expired as of April 8th of 2022 on the 1999 Honda Coupe, last 4 of 2388 out of Cool.
Okay, fire and route presented. We're out of the stop, mate.
County 4, 24, I'm 10 times connect.
10-4 guy.
Switch back to the brown.
Stand by.
Unit, will you 10-9 your ID? Switching to the brown.
43-8, switching back to brown. Have a good night.
43, switching to the brown. Have a good night.
John Edwards, 764.
10-4 break 110-5 guy.
Myself and Sam 9 or 10 big night.
10-4, have a good night.
44-140, your status?
Force clearing current, 98 Chevy, Tulasa Small, out of Gas Alley.
Paul 51, 10 tank, good night.
10-4 guy. Force 4 Nevada County, did you copy? 10-4, can I see units good for?
Nevada ambulance, disregard cab.
County 44. Contact me with Mr. Small. Mr. Brian. Mr. Small.
44, medical. Male, gonna meet direction rendezvous with engine 2352 at Rice's Crossing and Pleasant Valley Road for blue light symptoms. Advisement en route 54. Grass Valley, engine 6371.
Paul 6149, team.
Grass Valley.
on rise sensitive. Returning to Captainville.
Engine 6371, 2155.
1 Paul 6, Nevada County. One Paul 6, Nevada County.
Logged on.
1 to 6, I believe he was earlier, but last we heard he was en route to Station 91 for 1010.
Not at Station 91, about 15 minutes.
10-4, it would have been a couple hours ago when they cleared the fire.
Full 140. 40 negative DUI will be 98.
Grass Valley, Medic 44 is en route, Medic 43.
Medic 44, 2157. Do you copy rendezvous with engine 2352?
Grass Valley, Medic 44 copy.
You show all units 10-8 from event 274.
10-4.
Force 920.
Force 9, go ahead.
California 408, 1 John 1. Paul 6, 1 Paul 19.
Force 9, Nevada County.
Go ahead, and I'm 1195 parking lot.
Copy Wendy's parking lot. I was just advising it was out and clear.
Copy. Nevada County 4 if not, it will be 10-8.
Hey, go ahead.
43 Robert Street is for us to relieve 4210. That's us here to relieve me at Bridgeport. And I'll be 10-8 for now for Alton area.
42-8, you were bit 10-1. I copied 42 Robert 3 was en route to relieve 4210. Can you 10-9 who's en route to relieve yourself?
SO unit is 97 for relief at Bridgeport, and I'll be 10-8 in area for calls.
42-8, I copy SOs. Wait till I call. Julian, S140 to copy you. Transfer 103 east on Green Valley, east of Silver Valley. White Volkswagen Golf, east Lincoln Henry George, 537. Several near misses, swerving at low speeds and wrong way at times. Lasting 2, though nothing further. Second up clear, 2800.
140 copy.
Cali 4910, what?
Temper. Temper, good night.
Grass Valley, utility 6134. Grass Valley. Utility 6134. 61, 86, 86, both units 2203.
From 6, good.
Copy from the stagecoach, the Del Oro mileage, 496.
496.
Go ahead.
496.
Copy, Mill.
Menno 44 140 boy 1010. Have a good night. County 1 David 49 10 night.
Temper, good.
45-281 Sacramento, fire and a pedestrian on the freeway, west side 80 east of Riverside.
Robert 297.
43 Robert 2, 1097. 45-281 Sacramento pedestrian, westbound 80 east of Riverside.
Sorry, 45-283, Mary, I'll be catching this. Good night.
23-12206.
Force 9, Nevada County.
Force 9.
Unit 1144 Cat, Hughes at Rockwood.
Sample.
Zero, over.
Grass Valley, 92 off, entering the unit, responding to Rice's incident.
County 1492 1195.
9240 Gulf, 2208. Command 2, tone 9.
We've got 11 cap at Pittsburgh Mine.
It's going to be California 5 John Robert 1222.
That's fine.
Information for Auburn on possible collision 152. Party is left at Foothills Bowl, Bowman, and East Hillcrest. Vehicle is a slower to the Corral 8 David Robert Edward 517. Party is inside the bar, HBE, Hispanic male, short 170. The RPO is concerned may drive soon. No further Sacramento clear at 2209.
County 4997.
Oh, 176, Nevada County. Can you review 284 and advise?
Fortune 9.
Fortune 9.
Must not have been dead enough. UTL, returning.
It's 10-4.
1 call 19110.
Got Full 19.
You have an additional placer unit coming. He's solo, and he was issued radio.
I copy that. Does he have SAR with him?
He does not, but we do have one vehicle up here that has 2 SAR people in it.
10-4, let's have him 98. County 420, short time from the ER.
10-4.
Fortune 9, 1490. Got. Did we have a recent log for Nico? Not that I'm aware of, no.
Station 88, code 2 medical. On Pine Way. Engine 88, Sierra Nevada ambulance, code 2 medical for a fall with a broken 10709 Sentinel Pine Way across the Allison Ranch Road, dead end.
X-ray plaster 2 on tax.
Final 44, 110. 10, I'll be 1098. Final charge is 23-152 A and B and 14601.2. And I'll be out the office 10-10 tonight. 44-110 will be released to the subject's spouse.
NJD, bye. 88, 2217.
Grass Valley, Medic 5 en route.
2217. Emergency standing, showing 98. Full 34 Nevada County.
Red copy, but I'm en route for 10 minutes.
10-4 break 148 Nevada County. Suspicious circumstance, Penn Valley at the North Ridge is a suspicious white Chevy or Dodge pickup truck that drives by every night around closing with a WMA driver and a heavyset HMA. They got out and are walking around near the Blue Cat Alley.
10-4.
6.
10-4. UTL on both ends of the fire.
Four 6-2.
ground plate 422 Adam 711.
462.
Copy, NorCal ready.
Unable to copy, can you repeat?
Fleet, Nevada County. We had an additional 911 from a female employee advising that HMA and the pickup truck threatened her with a knife, approximately asking for the original RP.
Still there?
From worse, no line getting for them.
Sweetie, good clean.
County Fortune 22, code 41 to run by name and date of birth.
4522, please, go ahead.
Can you please be off the priority so I can log in as route operator?
Edward Yellow, February 11, 1993.
Force, can you 10, correction, Force 22, can you 10-9 the spelling in the first name?
Casey, Charles, Adam, Sam, Edward Yellow.
Temper.
Can you get a better description of the H on the truck?
Safer.
Latitude and low volume, repeat.
Station 61.
Station 61, Grass Valley.
Stage on engine 2364.
Station 61, 2225.
Judy 3, 1097, 1098, UCL.
3398, UCL.
Force 22, Nevada County. Force 22, UTL, a match on first at Casey, born in 1993, they're 29th clear. Also UTL, a match on the Vermont plate.
Did you try him out of Vermont? That's pretty bad.
2381, 2223.
Nevada County Fire 1, I'm a Fortune 22. You want me to give you the plate again?
Grass Valley unit, you're on Grass Valley attack.
Grass Valley, strike team 240 Golf. That's the same.
Last unit to Grass Valley, repeat your traffic.
4 on 1 here, 10-2 guide.
2227.
422 Adam 711. It also has a Tom Robert King at the beginning, all over each other.
Corral, try to find a match.
Shot fired Sports and Miners Way. 3 shots per as well as when yelling. No further shots will clear at 2227.
283 copy.
283 copy.
That's Valley, Medic 5 at speed.
Medic 5, 2228.
Do you have a better description on a truck or an HMA?
Negative, just a white Chevy or Dodge pickup truck with a heavyset HMA.
The vehicle, right by the gas station, next to Northridge.
Copy out the vehicle next to the gas station.
22214, and we'll be out with.
Can you come in first number?
Number 8.
Number 6 Nevada County, 1025, 415 Pleasant Street. Robert 6 Nevada County, 1025, 415 Pleasant Street. Robert 6 Pleasant Street, apartment number 2626, written in on the open line with screaming heard and then a female stating, please stop. On callback, she advised her boyfriend had been in a verbal 415 with her and was trying to get into her room. 10-4-14, 19, can you back?
Hey, from same traffic, if you could check history.
Hey, sir.
10-6.
110-6.
Can you run a DeLandris, Harris? County portion, type 2 cat for a name.
Cat 1. Nevada County. 22 first at KC out of Vermont is suspended break. Force 22 continuing, the vehicle comes back clear and current. 4.
4-4.
4-4.
Did the European event 289 provide the mail house name?
Negative.
Copy, can you check for protocols?
140 copy.
Nevada County. 176 Nevada County. 1 Paul 8 Nevada County. 176 last at Harris, born in 1970, UTL 27 matches, 29 clear.
If you need the number, it's in JMS, I'm sure.
Okay, from random by number, it comes back record file.
Nevada County, Portion 4, we're 97 to 89.
10-4.
Report,
10-4, good night.
County forces had to be 1080s move along.
10-4. Copy 97. One 176 Nevada County status. Copy 4.
County 1419.
1419.
You can show me Terry. Portion.
Go ahead.
Any record for DeWander's Harris? Harris should be well known.
Affirm. His 29 clear, his 27 comes back, record unavailable.
Grass Valley, repair 2334, clear the right. Available. 2236. 140 good. We'll be out when we stop in Hospital City at Breakfast Street.
Oh my god, this Catherine chick. I've been waiting and waiting and waiting. She's such a liar. 9:45. But oh my god, this Catherine chick. I'm back. Sorry. Oh, I'm bushwhacked. But when neighbors walked by and offered to help, oh, I was grateful to take it. My friends abandoned me, but total strangers for the win. Holy crap, that infrared. Wow. Okay, let's stop the auto refresh. Whoa, okay, so let's see what I missed. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. Oh. Thanks, Big Dog. Yeah, that was brutal. I really overdid it. Just gotta relax my back there. Thank goodness the neighbors showed up. Okay. Okay, there's things you gotta do though to keep your plants alive. Especially if you're going on a trip. Okay. Yeah, we gotta put this Catherine chick in a timeout. I did that to Alan yesterday. Whoops. Okay. Have any eye in the sky? Any mapping planes? Doesn't look like it.
140, we're clear south, moving route to the 1179.
Yeah, Ellen. Okay, I stopped just in time. Last box I moved out there. I tweaked my back a little bit. I'm good. Okay, so I still need to eat. I'm gonna heat up that slice of pizza. But yeah, I'm good. How's the progress? It looks pretty damn active still. Let's look at watch duty. This is when Captain Picard would say to his crew, "Report."
And Dodge pickup vehicle has now exited 50 going northbound Bass Lake. No further cycles here at 2243.
Okay, I'm gonna mute that. Some sort of a car chase or something. All right, 927 update was the last thing we had on watch duty. All aircraft were off the fire. Fire continues to slowly back down into the Yuba River drainage. Wind shift is expected around midnight. That may start pushing the fire a bit more westerly, but these are expected to be light. Good. So the last update was 510 acres on watch duty, but I'm pretty sure if we check Twitter, the mapping planes is a whole different story. This has got to be 1,000 at least, right?
Packard and Butler on California. Victor.
Copy Packard, Butler.
There's been no update?
Victor, Actor, 497.
Great. Okay, guys, then we can turn this into a game. What's the acreage? I bet. Okay, let's look at El Topo. Oh, Terry Ann, hi. Glad you made it this time. Sorry I was like not around when you showed up. God, I got a lot of scrolling up to do. I'm pretty brain dead until I get some sugar in me, so wow, this is just an awesome. In fact, I'm going to keep that, so I'm going to duplicate it. And now let's look at the other key. So before I'm going to estimate the acreage, I'm going to take a closer look. Okay. On zoom mode. Whoa. Look at that. Thanks everybody for being here and holding down the fort. I really appreciate you guys. Okay.
Old camera.
Okay. Is Terry Ann still here? Yeah, I did let you down, Ellie. I'm sorry. Alright. Now, look back up. What were you?
Medic 44. We have driven all of Rice's Crossing and we cannot find a 374.
374? What's 374?
Copy Adam, Packard.
RJ, what's a banana helicopter?
Medic 44, Grass Valley.
Go ahead.
Chocolate?
Medic 44 was engine 2352 that you were going to rendezvous with. It's going to be at Rice's Crossing, Pleasant Valley.
Okay, we'll head back down there.
Yeah, where's the night Chinooks?
47.
They worked the Caldor last year. That was amazing.
Operations Grass Valley. I copy the traffic with Division X-ray. Correction on the medic unit. It's going to be medic 44.
It's sad that Evergreen Aviation went under, but Colson is picking up the slack. And Chinook Helitankers. You know what they do? I watched a video yesterday. their YouTube has nighttime helicopter work. So where is it? Oh God, who's that chick right there? Colson. Aviation. I was watching things on the Mars. It's, yeah.
Medic 44 Grass Valley. Go ahead. Medic 44, switch to V-Fire 25.
From last year. Working the Wildfire while you sleep. 12-second clip. It's just beautiful. Well, firefighting, wildland firefighting will become a cakewalk. We'll fight them at night like we can during the day. That is my prediction of the future. I'm sticking to it.
1419 Nevada County. 1419, first of Fidel, born in 1985 out of Nevada City, is valid. His the vehicle's clearing current 2006 Dodge.
Okay, who cares about that pickup truck? But yeah, check it out. Sorry. Splash. I wonder how they see through the smoke. Is it LiDAR and a combination of other instruments? Imagine that's what makes it. They're selling the Mars. But where are they now? Where are they right now? Are they in Australia? Australia's winter just began. They should be back. But yes, the answer is yes. They're the ones with the two Chinooks that can fight fires at nighttime. Nighttime program of California. See?
Southern California has a powerful new tool that should make that fight faster and more effective.
So dramatic.
This new high-capacity helitanker can hover while filling up, even in the dark, as we mentioned, then drop 1,000 gallons of water at a time.
Hover filling with a large helitanker is brand new. We really see this as a game changer.
176 Nevada County, confirming you were also 10 UTL.
Quickly through hover filling.
Type 1 helitanker can hold
This
more
music.
than 1,000 gallons of water and make precise drops. Type 2 is an intelligence gathering aerial unit.
Okay, you get the idea.
That's from 175. Did you want a 98 someplace?
What? They cut that magnificent piece of filming? Come on, let it play. Let it ride. They cut to a guy's butt walking away.
Can you relay?
What? Who edited this?
I believe 175 is asking to 98.
Nice beard, but show the action.
5, call 19, currently on Breaking Drive. 10-4, I just left the star.
Okay, so you get the idea. So yes, the answer is yes. Okay.
Can you relay that?
119, he was very 10-1. He copied that you were on Vicky Drive, and I believe he said he was near your car.
Yeah. Hey, TJ Trout.
Hey, 1.5, that's a negative. I just left the star.
175, I copy you just left SAR, break 119, did you copy?
I copy.
You can see the fire just moving like it's a train going from left to right. I'm frustrated we don't have any shots like in the canyon. That's yeah. super drone music. At TJ Trout, there's a sick. there's 60 minutes on it, that would be sweet to watch. Thanks, Beyond the Badge. Was that always your name? It wasn't. You changed it, didn't you? I hate it when my mods change their names. I have no idea who the hell you are. And you'd think I'd get a notification or something. But current man. Banner Mountain. Plateau we've already seen. The Kennedy Mine. Cool. You know, if we didn't have those Chinooks, the Caldor would have been so much worse, especially on the western flank. I bet we would have had Placerville in danger. We would have had Sly Park lost probably. They made a wall for the Caldor to not penetrate too far west. That's that was their doing at night, as well as everything the day crews did, of course. But if the day crews, if the night shift didn't happen with those helicopters, everything the day shift did would not have mattered. It would have pushed all the way to the west because the winds come from the upper mountains and go downhill, which means to the west at night. They saw the hot spots at night, put them down when it was invisible to everybody else. Okay, so print, do that like a 50. Now let's estimate the acreage. Oh, you were Nick B? Alright. Okay. Sounds good. Thanks. Welcome back, Nick. Yeah. Exactly, Alien. You know, I should get notified when somebody's banned on my channel or when somebody deletes a comment, when something important happened. I don't. Okay, so let's look at CalTopo, see where the heat signatures are for a bit more of it. You know what? Where's the satellite? Where's the, what was it, the something 21 satellite? Was it NOAA? Which, I lost my bookmarks. Sentinel Viewer Pro. That Sentinel Explorer. See if we've got any images. If we've got an outline, then oh well.
Loud noise, Glenshire, Dorchester, multiple juveniles setting off fireworks. RP's willing to sign a CA.
Fireworks? I heard some outside a bit ago.
County Force and 2 be today.
See how long ago the satellite was here. This color infrared. No, it's 23rd. Whoops. Yeah, I should have seen. That's too bad. Do we have another way to view Sentinel? This is the area. Yeah, I know. Fireworks when there's a fire going on. Great idea. Exactly. Yeah. Multnomah County in Portland, which is Portland's county, outlawed fireworks for the year, but all the other counties adjacent are selling them. There's these tents and parking lots. Last year was pretty horrible. Arson happened. Somebody put fireworks in a dumpster in a carport underneath a very flammable 100% wooden apartment complex of 3 stories. So the 3rd floor was actually the 4th floor because it was up so high off the ground with the carport on the main floor. So people were jumping out of the 3rd floor were just about breaking their legs. kids are being handed down. There's only wood walkways, only wooden staircases for the building. The thing went up like a tinderbox. They were like industrial type fireworks put in the dumpster. And the vehicles next to it in the car, their gas tanks went up. And these gas tanks just created this raging inferno right underneath the first floor. And by the time, like, firefighters arrived from blocks away, there's already people dying in the streets. There were 2 fatalities and a couple severe burns, minor injuries, people of all ages. And, I never heard if there was any tips or an arrest. I did feature that on my stream last year, but that's what happened on 4th of July this year in Portland. They didn't ban the fireworks. Beyond the Bad says we had a fatality on a fire yesterday in Sonoma County, and big fire. It spread into 3 right off of 101. Somebody said that, and they said it was caused by trailer change dragging. Okay. I was looking at that one, but I couldn't respond at the time. I usually kind of assess these things and see if there's going to be a mass evacuation. And I thought, well, that's like a big landfill fire, right? Well, it's going to stink or whatever. It's like a giant hillside dumpster fire, but I didn't know anybody was injured. Is that the same? Is that the same one? Okay. Okay, I'm going to write down Nick B is now beyond the badge. Okay. So, explain why you're called beyond the badge, Nick B. That's cool, intriguing. Like, were you an officer? But it changed names. Okay, the fee for changing your name is, I've reduced it due to, I'm so sympathetic with everybody with the high gas prices, so I'll let you know what the fee is, but I do have a heart. ACRA JECAT says that the latest info they have is 510 acres. Well, that's like 4 or 5 hours old, actually, so I'm guessing it's almost 3,000. That's my guess without seeing satellite data. Hey, Terry Ann, thanks for shaking the feathers. Missed you. You have the ringing bell notification? Because that doesn't, like, I don't get good notifications either with YouTube. Now let me eat something, guys, and then I hope to do something where I can show you perhaps maybe a couple of things. I mean, if I revitalize, I may just have to go to bed, but if I revitalize, what I was supposed to do tonight was come home from the doctor, check on fires. If there were no fires, I was supposed to do the thing I just did outside, the yard work and rearrangement. And then once that was over, I was going to go live and announce, hey, I'm going to California. I'll be at Chester for the 4th of July. I'm going to try to register us in that parade if they still have that open. I think we've got a good vehicle. Sister Goldenhair's vehicle might be able to ride along. She's got a pickup, and if I can stand in the back of the pickup, I don't know if they allow that. I'd throw candy to kids. We'd have to have a banner or some sort of thing. I wanted to get a PA system and play Ride of the Valkyries and have and throw paper airplanes at kids so they could catch them and keep them.
On any US?
There's just no time. I would love to have a banner that has firefighters squashing the Dixie Fire under their boot and little flames running for their lives in terror. Hey, Sarah, hi. Hey, Sarah's going to the scene. Cool, Sarah. Yeah. I don't know if she can hear me, so I'm going to at least type. Sarah. Cool. Keep us posted. It really is a pretty dead zone, although I haven't really been to Yuba County / Nevada County in quite some time. But just the terrain, like even if they had great cell phone towers, terrain is steep, rugged, and Canyon-esque, Kafka-esque, or wildfire fighting. Yes, that's it. Okay, I'm going over to get the pizza. Let's just leave it on one of these that's compelling. Let's do the last 15 minutes of this cam, so it shifts a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I wanted it to be comical and kind of forced perspective, like where the boot's huge, like Paul Bunyan squishing, something under his boot, that sort of deal, but it's a firefighter. I love this propaganda poster. It says, "Beware the embers." It was on Twitter. Oh, propaganda, I'm an enthusiast about. I collect, like, Soviet propaganda posters, the reprints. God, if I had originals, I'd die. I'd kill for it. But, like, I'm an enthusiast. So if propaganda is factual, I still call it propaganda. I'm talking about the art style. So it was killer embers, and they have like little sharp teeth, and they look like little villains. Like Cal Fire. Was it Cal Fire embers? This is just the coolest. The dangers of embers or something. Yeah, one ember can bring your home down. That's a nice propaganda. I kind of like this style too. Oh, I'm not going to Facebook. No. Evil embers. That's what it was. Evil embers. Oh wait. Okay, wildfire. Okay, that's too literal. Poster. Not poser. Poster. Oh, dude, I should print that out. Put that on my wall. The shameful waste weakens America. Only you can prevent forest fires. That must have been wartime. Oh, I'm gonna get distracted. But okay. How can you search your own Twitter? I've figured that out. I wonder if it's free to distribute. Yes! This one. This is classical. Look at that evil ember. Keep those evil embers away. Dude. I wanted to have these little guys running. Is it going east or west? Hi, unknown fish life. Interesting name that you have. Cool name. We'll have to take a look at the direction that the smoke's going. So smoke goes the way the wind's going, fires go the way the wind's going. But it's also backing down. Backing down means going downhill or going against the wind, but that's very slow. That's what a backing fire means. So even if the wind hasn't shifted yet, which it's supposed to in between the hours of 11 and 12, it's now 11:08 p.m. Even if the wind hasn't shifted yet, it just naturally will. As the sun's rays stop heating up the air, it'll stop rising, it'll start falling and going down hills. The wind will start blowing towards the southwest at some point. Now, if we try to spatially orient ourselves, so if this is looking northeast and we do a 15-minute time lapse, you can just look which way smoke goes. So it's shifted already. This east wind now is blowing towards the west, and it's pretty mild. We got 30 up to 30 mile an hour wind gusts, but it's mostly around 22 miles an hour if windy is to be believed, with around an 8 to 10 mile an hour constant. But it is pretty constant because you don't see much of the smoke ever. Okay. Oh. Big dog, you grew up with those posters? Heck yeah. Oh my god, you got a Smokey the Bear t-shirt? I need this. Okay, they're talking about a Chevy pickup again. Is just me, or have the police been chasing around like 10 Chevy pickups?
2002 Chevy utility, last at Kenny, out of Nevada City.
Medic 44 Grassline.
Well, works of the United States government cannot be copyrighted. That's why that's kind of sad. But a real firefighter, like on the line, like who's an employee of the government, like say you take the best GoPro shots of history of the world for. You pick up a child in your arms and you carry him out. You can't copyright your footage because you are an employee of the United States government on the payroll at the time you shot that. The best thing that you could do is watermark it, but you can't copyright it. So bad people take firefighter videos and steal them and make everything from, collage videos to, and put their own watermark on the top and don't credit the firefighters who took it and act like it's their own content. Like I saw an exchange where this one firefighter goes, "Hey, you took that video from my channel, please don't." And the guy goes, "Screw you." Oh my god. Makes me see red. But that's the way copyright is. So if, before you put anything on the internet, if you cannot copyright it, put your big funkin' watermark on. And that's not too difficult to do. You can do a watermark that looks like what I could do is make a gray K like this on my content, that kind of watermark. Or you can do an invisible one. But the invisible one, if it's not copyright, won't help. The invisible one will have a serial number that nobody can see, like 1, 2, 3, 7, 6, 5, and it's just embedded in a thing that you can't see.
There may be a line of vehicles as well, so for the second round here at 20%.
Okay, it's like a street racer or something. You'll get notified if you use Digimark when somebody's using your content. Now, if you have something that's amazing, do not put it on the internet. Not live, not anything, until you watermarked it. If you have copyright, do it invisible. If you don't, do it visible. Alien says there's a... Hang on.
Grass Valley, strike team 1400 Charlie. Code 2.
Strike team, code 2?
Lagina, repeat your identifier, go ahead.
Strike team 1400 Charlie, entering the unit, Highway 49 in Edgewood. We're en route to the...
Oh. Okay, so that means they're speeding to the scene, but not lights and sirens.
1400 Charlie, report directly to the
Valley Road in the area of right.
Fortune 22, code 4, 1 to run.
Command 2, tone 9.
King Ida, Nora, Edward Yellow. First, Sam Edward, Adam Nora, 728, ICU.
Pleasant Eye, report on Command 2, tone 9, thank you. 1400 Charlie, clear.
2311.
J.E. Cat says the Davis fire, the one called Vegetation. Awesome name for a fire.
151 responding to incline from 49.
Is now contained? Yes.
AMR 151, 2311.
Thanks, J.E. Cat. A nice 1 million. Oh, right. I totally forgot to eat. All right. I'm proceeding to the kitchen directly. Alright, so I have to keep talking, and this is when I usually babble about random stuff if there's dead airspace. If the radio goes, I'm good.
Sierra Nevada.
Medic 5, 2312.
Back 44 and 40, we're 97.
Fortune 22, Nevada County. Fortune 22, last at Kenny, born in 1992, out of Grass Valley, is with service needed for DCSS. His 29th back.
Tough one. Nevada County, Fortune 4, we're 97.
Tough 97, right. Bennett.
1285 center out.
1285, 2313.
Of course, they're gonna shut up, so I gotta talk. If there's dead air, since most people usually listen to a live stream rather than actively watch it, I've got to fill the dead space with some sort of babbling. Now, I'm usually able to come up with pretty entertaining stories. Right now, got the low blood sugar, so. Right. I don't know what to say. I think, though, it's best that I hit the hay early and then reconvene in the morning. I'd consume this food. Check on the situation, because this is a fire that's going to go overnight. What is the weather forecast for tomorrow? Is it going to be... Somebody was talking about the winds. I tell you what, it's cold. Pacific Northwest, it's freaking cold. It was 102 yesterday, but it's cold today. It's the 50s. It was getting cold out there. I had to put on my coat. I even put on a scarf. No joke. It's almost July. But the Pacific Northwest just hasn't actually had summer. It's just more like kind of like the end of winter and spring is the same thing. And that's what La Nina does. Hotter and drier southwest, cooler and wetter northwest. Unless it wildcards us. Can't have that. It's about this time of year when the big fires start. When a big one comes around, a named one. So I'm trying to figure out how I can take the show on the road and be prepared while I'm in California for a wildfire to erupt. How can I cover that on the road? This is quite a robust... It's not a supercomputer, but it's really good, considering the shortages of equipment and the insane inflation of graphics card prices. I could have a Ryzen 9 right now for the price I paid for the dang graphics card. I paid like $400 over MSRP. With your kind donations, but God, I wanted to spend that on the rest of the computer too. No matter, we got the equipment, but a laptop that can do this is a tall order. Usually they're $2,500, $3,500. I have at my disposal a couple, but my old laptop I got like half off a couple years ago, and that I tried to take Tahoe. Come on, you stupid microwave. Oh, alright. And while I charged it on the bed, I was just about to pack it and go out the door, and I sat down, put it on my lap, and it like burned a hole in my knee. There was a burning plastic smell. I mean, it was like about to ignite. So I've taken it apart and I've assessed it. I reapplied thermal paste in case that was the issue. And boy, the thermal paste was a bad job. Thermal paste is like grayish white peanut butter on top of the graphics processor and the processor. And then there will be a block of metal on the top called a heat sink. Don't ask me why it's called a sink. It's not like it drains water, but it drains heat. Like heat transfer. And then little fans go over the brick of metal there, the heat sink, and blows away the heat. So you have to put paste in between the metal and the processor. If you have a gap of air, then that thing's going to overheat and die. It'll overheat and die. So I assumed that's what had happened. Like, say I plopped it down on the bed in a really bad paste that's cheap as heck. turns into like a clay. It hardens. And if you jostle it, it'll crack, and you get this little gap. You get a space gap. And then you get overheating. So I was hoping it was an easy fix, because I just whipped out my own thermal paste. I had to take 20 million microscopic screws out of the thing. They were security bits. Thank you, HP. Finally got to the task. Did it. Completed it. Wasn't the pace. I mean, it's slightly cooler, but no, it still like burns a hole in your leg, so I disassembled it further.
Units information to CHP westbound 80 at Donner Pass Road. There's a white Volvo semi. They cut the RP off and almost hit the RP.
And it's the MOSFETs. They're absolutely boiling. Your little, what are they? Resistors or something? I don't remember. I just know that they wounded me. Just about had a MOSFET pattern burn on my leg. Okay, I'm back with the food. Sitting down.
AMR 151 2319.
Oh, hey, Carney. Okay, I'm gonna just mute the whole car chase or whatever the hell. Yeah, they're just, this isn't fire related too much. So, welcome, Carney. Carney says, I put a single 120mm on my video card and run it with a temperature sensor to buy it. Yeah, I'm talking about the laptop. So, if I hadn't walked over to it, picked it up off the bed, at the time it was charging, I think I would have had an actual fire in my room. I mean, I walked in, and what's that burning plastic smell? And, dang. I kind of wish it caught fire in a way, like, but I could have taken it outside, because thermal runaway of a lithium-ion battery is just not good. However, if I were able to usher it outside on, then I could have, like, said, HP, give me a new one. As it is, since it didn't actually burn up, I can't get a new one. It's past warranty. It was a 1-year warranty. So the MSRP of the $2,500 laptop, which I got half off a couple years ago on Black Friday, is a brick right now, a half disassembled brick. I'm ordering a new fan for it, but if that dog don't hunt, then I think we can do a watered down version of the stream. At least we'd have maps and stuff, you know, but not like a million tabs at once. Okay. All right, going back up. Okay. Looking back at chat. Wandered away. Oh, cool, Seat Probe. No one now has a dedicated California weather page. Sick. Sick? Sick means good, by the way. The origin of that, it really confuses the boomers and the people later. The youth say, oh, that's sick, with enthusiasm, because there was a saying for a while. That's so good, it's disgusting. Sick. Anyway, that's where that comes from. Fire weather planning forecast for the interior Northern California. Discussion. Hot and dry conditions continue into midweek. Then trend with increasing flow and humidity through the week. Locally gusty winds possible during the afternoon and evening. Eastern portion of Shasta, Trinity, Forest, 2:35 p.m. p. Tuesday, June 28, 2020. Tonight, sky weather clear. Wind temperature 62 to 67. Lower elevations expect 52 to 62. Higher elevation 24-hour trend. Little change. Hang on, there's a tone in my ear. I muted it for you, but I'm still listening to the radio.
Our medical staging required. CSO
Medic.
en route 12112 Shale Ridge Lane, cross Highway 49 at dead end, 2323.
Medical that requires stage. Not fire related. Alright. Max humidity is going to be 39 to 54%. Little change in the next 24-hour period. Oh, hey, Betty. Betty B81, welcome. The 20-foot winds, valleys, lower slopes, west winds 7 to 13 miles an hour. Maybe I should just make this bigger.
They'll advise on transport destination.
1285, 2324.
That humidity is not that bad tonight. Wind is not that bad. Not great. It's not terrible.
Grass Valley MR 171 responding Shell Ridge from Lutheran 49. Copy stage.
AMR 171, 2320.
That's bad. $90 degrees and 10% humidity. Okay, that's bad. At least it's not high winds, thank God. We just pray that the wind forecast is correct. Alien says, see ya. Yep, good night. Thank you so much, Alien, for being here. I'm thinking I should go to sleep too. In the morning, we're going to have to assess this. What the hell's going on? I mean, this could be way worse, not would, but that's... If the wind was worse, wouldn't that be red flag because of that humidity and temp? I'm not sure what the winds have to be to trigger a true red flag. Okay. You know what, Terry Ann? Today I totally forgot about Twitter, but usually on Twitter I say when I'm going live, if I remember that. So, can you follow me on Twitter?
Acknowledge staging. Engine 181, 2326.
Forward 6 Nevada County, confirming units are soaked before.
Holt Hanley. He knows these things. Remember Holt Hanley? The weather hero of last year? It's totally chipper. I got so embarrassed every time he mentioned me. He's like, hi, Catherine. I'm like, ah. Notice me. Oh, he's dormant. Did he get a job at a... Did he get a real job? Like,
He's suspended for DCSS with service needed.
I mean, I thought he actually was with a news company. But, like, did he get promoted is what I mean? Okay. He was studying and doing dissertations and stuff last year, wasn't he? It was pretty cool, live on air, you know. He was taking questions, and I said...
Grass Valley for 1125, Penn Valley and Spencerville.
County before information at CHP, Penn Valley Drive at Spencerville Road, reports of bags of garbage in the roadway.
Copy of around 1125, Penn Valley and Spencerville is a bag of trash in the roadway.
4212, we'll be around.
4212 en route.
I said, is lightning instead of a pyrocumulus cloud, you know, a big...
42S1, 1010. Have a good night.
42S1, 1010, have a good night.
I said, is that generated by the ash? Is the ash creating friction just like volcanic ash? Like, even though volcanic ash is mostly pulverized glass dust and rock dust, it'll cut your lungs up, totally different than wood ash. I said, is wood ash similar enough as a particle to cause
Valley,
lightning.
MR 171, arrive at the area of staging.
MR 171, 2328.
So he asked a professor who was standing behind him. He goes, "Yes, yes, Catherine." I went, "Oh, wow, okay, cool, thanks, man." Pretty on it. Very helpful.
42L on the green, Sacramento.
He was like, "Catherine, how can you stream for so long?" And I'm like, "Holt, how can you do a real job
42L, are you still sitting on the green?
for so long? I can't." Sit in a chair.
429. L should be 1010.
49-10-4, thank you.
Sanity isn't really required for this job. Neither is coherency. You only have to be half awake. Just kidding. Okay. So hopefully he will return, just like King Arthur, when we need him. I linked. You guys should.
Engine 181, stage 49, shell reach.
You should sub him.
181, 2329.
Well, that's a great image. That is absolutely HD. Big Al? Big Al, hey! Hey, welcome back. I've been telling people about your barrier and shots. I need to sample one. I am going to be in California for the 4th of July in Chester. We're trying to be in the parade. Not sure if it's too late to register. But dude, that would be fun. So fun. Yeah, maybe Cheryl can help come up with a banner. Maybe Sarah can. I bet if you look out your windows throughout much of Northern California right now, there's that orange glow up in the hills. I went to a wedding and I had to drive through ruins of paradise more than a year after it happened. And I stayed late. I don't drink, so I just sort of watched everybody get smashed. They were dancing under the moonlight, you know, it was early autumn. And I'm just sitting there going, looking great. Nobody asked me to dance, whatever. Until a woman took pity on me and then we danced together.
Wildfire and CHP en route 20 at South Ponderosa. It's going to be just South Ponderosa. RP reporting he hit a deer and his vehicle's on fire.
Anyway, and I'm you know ready to be designated driver, blah blah blah.
Okay.
And then
4285.
my eyes weren't quite.
I copy standard traffic of a vehicle versus deer 20 at Ponderosa. I'm going to have to check the area.
Dang, that's loud.
42, you copy on the scanner. There's a vehicle versus deer 20 at Ponderosa. You'll be en route.
That's on unit stage, medical, Shell Ridge, per SO, cancel response. No medical need. Engine 181.
Engine 181.
Yeah, copy. You'll be en route to the 1183 en route to the 1125. 42 makes copy.
Copy is cancel. Thank you.
All units double, 2332.
So because there was lights like hanging string lights and all that kind of nonsense. Oh, you could see a mapping plane zigzagging back and forth over the last 15 minutes here. That's the pattern it does. It goes zigzags. Take a look at flight radar. And turns out nobody needed a ride. Okay, so I'm driving back to.
Fortunate, 33 check to supply, coming from the Group 1 PEB, negative responsible. Fortunate, do you want to see it?
So. I don't see no aircraft. Maybe it's a drone, or doesn't have a transponder. The only filter I have is nothing above 20,000. Maybe it's an altitude above 20. Let's turn off filters. That wouldn't be in the frame though. I just realized. We just saw. Right. not everybody has to have a public transponder signal. The military don't. So I drive away like in the middle of the night, feeling kind of foolish. I could have gotten sleep. I drive back to I was with my uncle at the time, and he's been evacuated so many times he's actually lost count in Butte County. You know, Butte County has a curse. So I wound around and around. I was at Sterling City, and I had to drive back to the ruins of Paradise again, and that was just eerie. I pulled over and kind of did a second with my cell phone and just kind of talked to myself and said, "This is crazy. This very large city, rural kind of community. For the foothills, it was a large city. Dead silent at night now, and I can't get used to it." So then I went driving around again. I come around the top of a hill and look, and there's this orange glow. I said, no, 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 no. Okay, no, that can't be real. And it wasn't really the end of summer yet. I mean, it was just early autumn. And sure enough, it's a damn wildfire. I get back to my uncle's place. He had left the light on for me. Door.
47, Paul 6.
And
with the V5 LU, going to be west of right.
428, you're 10-7 vehicle west of right.
good night, C-Prub.
Any negative vehicle fire.
Vehicle fire? Oh dear. Hopefully that's not near vegetation. So anyway, I walk through the door and I had emergency alerts on my phone. My phone just starts rattling out of my pocket. It's saying evacuate. Oh my God. So it's like 2 in the morning and I'm knocking on my uncle's bedroom door. I'm like, should we put the family photos in the car? And he's like, they're already there. We do that all the time now. They just have their second car just filled to the brim with family stuff. They're like, if we get a knock, keys are in it. I'm like, oh, okay. So the cool thing is as I was packing up my stuff, the evacuation lowered, so we didn't have to do anything. I was like, just starting to get a little bit of pins and needles. I'm in Butte County during a wildfire. Oh my God. And he's like, yeah, this happens every couple of weeks.
Versus Deer. Highway 20, just east of South Ponderosa Way. Stand by for check back 2326.
Ouch. Vehicle versus deer. Okay, looking back at the chat. Big Al says, I hear that the bear is pressing charges for stalking and slander. Oh my God. So Big Al, we need your creativity. We need to make some merchandise. Trying to make that louder. Oh God, the click. There's a vehicle on fire somewhere. We need a Gatorade GoFundMe for the bear. Oh God, yeah. Oh man, we missed you, Big Al. If only Opus Singer would come back. Marianne says, Wildfire, my pops had a bobblehead Smokey the Bear. Oh my God, yes. And a put-out cigarette Smokey the Bear on his dashboard of his pickup truck. Okay, your dad was the coolest person to have ever lived, officially. And, oh, well, okay, number 2, because I think Frank Sinatra was number 1.
Log is negative. No further needed.
No further units needed. 4212 copies, and we'll advise fire.
Oh, I have ways of dealing with you, Pinterest. because you may be cool, but you'll never quite be Frank Sinatra stepping out of a helicopter with a drink. Cool.
Need counter response battalion 2.
Battalion 2.
Engine 1.
Engine 1.
Ambulance.
I want to see this in all its glory. Imager.
Looks like negative fire. I'll be tank. Backing out to the alarm.
Don't fail me.
Response Highway 20.
Read it.
Main 2 copies are available.
Units canceled 2329.
Oh.
That's Valley. Medic 44 right here in Nevada.
I want this as a poster.
44 2329.
What the hell kind of craft is this? Okay. That is the funniest little helicopter I've ever seen. That's goofier than a K-Max. Big Al says I'll be headed back out to Sequoia in August. Oh, cool.
9 roller.
429, go ahead.
That'd be great.
It's like 4, 5. 49, just by 2. I'm making a stop. 40 underneath McKnight. And that's going to be 2-4 Paul 5039.
49, copy 1022 on the roller. You're making a stop. 49 at McKnight on 24 Paul 5039.
Report, I'll be 1010.
Why is dispatch loud and the fire people are soft?
428, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll be out with the 9 going 97 down. The vehicle versus your parties are in a safe spot with helping her out, and they're going to work on their own tow.
428, you're going to be out with 9, and the parties in the vehicle versus zero are in a safe place, so they don't need any further assistance. 429, 29, the vehicle is clear. It is valid through 822. 2001 Suzuki motorcycle, last four is 1802, to Alaska Walker out of Nevada City.
Yeah, Sarah.
Copy, code 4.
429, code 4.
Cool, cool. I forgot I can watch your back.
Sorry, 49, Nora 4114560.
429, Nora 4.
So when I was trying to leave Tahoe with the blizzard and avalanche warning, and the wind's picking up around midnight, I'm like, I gotta get out, I gotta get out, I gotta get out, I gotta get out before the passes close. Sarah's like, okay, share your drive with me. I'm like, what's that? She goes, grabs my phone, and she's like, here, okay, now I can see where you're driving. I'm like, okay. And she goes, now if your car stops, I'll just like tell somebody about it, like authorities, before you freeze to death. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that sounds great. Because if my car stopped, that's probably for a bad reason. So I was like, cool, cool, thanks. True, yes, Sarah's. That's a good point. Be very mindful. Like the deer thing, it could have been running for the wildfire. Critters will be running all over the road. Drive nice and slow. Yeah, that's great. That's a great idea, Sarah. So I was confident that somebody had my back. That's cool. I also called John Stoker in the middle of the night, and I'm like, "Hey, I'm on my way to your house." He goes, "Now? With the blizzard coming?" I'm like, "Yeah, because the blizzard's coming." Okay. Okay, see you when you get here. I'm like, no, talk to me. Why? Because I'm white knuckle driving over Kit Carson Pass. It's 8,800 feet elevation, and The car's moving sideways. Keep talking. About what? Anything. Oh no, it's okay. A little bit of an exaggeration, but not much of fun. And so Sarah sends me these screenshots in the morning, and because my car went into non cell phone range zones, dead zones. Apparently, was it Waze we were using or Google Maps or something? It it just kind of estimated where I was probably at in between my last known position and where I ended up. And so it looked like I flew over the mountains. There's a straight line of me going over like 9,000-foot peaks south of Tahoe. I saw that screenshot and I go, well, yeah, that's the route I took. Is Waze? Okay, let me check my phone and see if I got your position. And then we'll watch your 6 and keep the bogeys off it. Right. Okay. On the Highway 89. Okay. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Okay. Let's see, I do not have anything from you yet. Okay. Check on a friend. Okay, friend's okay. Okay. What did the Pixel just do? Yeah, Waze is pretty great. Yep, I do not have iPhone, but I have Waze on Android. Yeah. The Pixel, I'm convinced, is either dying or needs a factory reset. Either way, I said, never mind. I bought a new phone yesterday. Well, 2 days ago. Which I want to unbox tomorrow in front of you guys, in front of the camera. John Diego says, where is this fire? If you're familiar with the border of Nevada and Yuba County, Bridgeport, French Corral, it began as a house fire near French Corral. Familiar with Dobbins and all those? If not, let me show you on the map. Where did I put the... Yeah, I don't have an iPhone. I'm a scrub. I'm a peasant. I need one for flying my drone, but I find them actually more difficult to use than Android. They're just not as predictable. Once you memorize what iPhones do, you're like riding a bike, but it's not intuitive to the way I think. Let me show Corral. You know what? We should look at fire mappers. I keep forgetting their mapping is good. So if you zoom out a little bit, I hope this orients you to where Sacramento, Tahoe. So the wind has shifted. It's just sort of hanging out. I estimate it's around 3,000 acres or just under. Our last official, when I pause like this, I'm listening to the radio that you guys can't hear. The last official was like 510 acres, but that was hours ago, and it really did spread since. They put retardant ropes all around it. Lots and lots of aircraft hit it today, and copters. But I think that's not a bad estimate. Oh, yeah, Big Dog, it was a house fire. Burned to the ground. Super sad. I hope that the Wells Fargo building... Oh, do you guys want to see me being here at the Wells Fargo's building? I could dig up some of my photos. I was hinting at that earlier. This is a lull right now. Put it back on the... And then I'll continue eating and then bed, probably. So... But... if Sarah can get near the fire, I kind of want to stay awake for her. She'll be broadcasting to Twitter and Facebook. And if I can show that for the people who don't have Twitter and Facebook, then they'll have a trifecta of social media. Okay, so French Corral. I'm just doing a big search. I might hold while it scans my 25 terabytes in the computer right now. Okay, I have several.
Second beat route, Grass Valley.
48 temporal, check with units on the fire, see if they need to be relieved. You can be route from Grass Valley. 43, Robert 1. Robert 1 or Robert 2?
Okay. So here's my Galaxy S7.
43, Robert 2, I'm good, thank you.
Robert 2, I copy, you're good. And Robert 1, just confirm you do not need relief either?
Robert 1, that's it.
Stand by, thank you. And 42, both units said they do not need relief at this time.
Good, copy that. Have Muller up if anything.
Okay, I see you, Sarah. Cool. I have a bunch of raw Nikon photos. Dad and I went out there, and it was a nice sunset. We went to Smartsville, Timbuktu. Probably drove right past Mooney Flat and such, but we wanted to get there. And oh, here's my dad. This is one of the best pictures I ever took of him. Oh, in front of the Bridgeport Covered Bridge. So what year is this? Let me see. 2016. Yeah. So this is an NEF file. Like, this is straight out of the Nikon, like raw, not retouched. But the iron door and the ancient 1853 wood sidewalk planks, it's just good texture. So raw photos don't look that good. Okay. What, a fixer-upper? What? Oh, they just finished the restoration of the bridge. That's why I'm so worried it would burn down. When they said fire at French Corral, I just had a mini heart attack. Okay, I'm watching Sarah Luna's position, I think, on my cell phone. So she ain't moving right now. Do you want me to call out where you are? Oh, she's moving. Okay, she's moving. I don't know if she can even hear me. Okay, Beyond the Badge says California fire update 9 minutes ago. Okay, let's look at Twitter. Okay, oh yeah, CA Fire Scanner. That dude is a beast. He provides better info than the media. No changes to evacuation since earlier on. Haven't had any intel aircraft up yet tonight. That usually happens kind of in a... Oh, thank you. I will keep refreshing that, or you guys can keep telling. Probably forget. Now, do you want to see the GoPro footage of driving there? I had some decent shots. They were renovating the bridge. Save our bridge. You can help. It's now complete, which is great. And it had the original toll, $6 for 8 horses across. What an engineering marvel. This iron stuff is just for the renovation. It doesn't need. It just spans the whole thing without any footing. Pretty remarkable. Okay, let's do another 15-minute time. In 1853 wood. Alright, so the inside of the bridge. I apparently did not know how to light meter at the time. Or that was just one of the duds, actually. Yeah. I was trying to HDR with different frames. So I have some where the end is dark and here is light, vice versa. So there's this recreation of part of the old town of Bridgeport, which pretty much just closed down and became a 100% ghost town because the main highway went away from it. I mean, that bridge was not going to support modern traffic. And the windiness was not going to support modern traffic. So most of these ghost towns could have lived if the highway didn't divert.
Good, I'm back out with that people versus air party.
46-4.
But it's like a living history museum now. And the kids use these old troughs and foundations of the buildings that are everywhere. And they can try their hand at gold mining and using picks and pans and stuff. There's an old barn. They preserve the barn.
Upon my arrival, the bag has been hit, and there's trash all over the road. Got it to the right shoulder. Responsible parties on scene, cleaning up the shoulder. I'll be 98.
Here is getting closer. Hey, Tracy. Tracy, stay safe. Have a good day at work.
Engine 77 AM medical for possible stroke. Use the host lobby entrance, Thunder Valley Casino. 2355.
Okay. Okay, going back to my photos. Blah blah blah. Let's see, these are the Nikon. Let's go back up to the GoPro drive to Bridgeport and French Canal. Corral, excuse me, Canal. What the? Sorry about that. Awful. This is what driving these roads is like. This is 20, I believe, going out of Smartsville or Timbuktu. Yeah. See how flammable the nature of the grass is? Yeah, these old carriage roads are primitive. Now this is the GoPro Hero 2 on the suction cup mount on my car. And then when I was in Tahoe, I had this on my car again. On 50 going up to Tahoe. And C-Probe was in the passenger seat, and we were going to meet Sarah, and
Verification only 131.
okay, that's Smartsville. Yeah, that's Smartsville.
44, 2356.
Go on. Okay.
Striking 9424 Golf, entering the unit, en route to the Rising Fire.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. Cool.
Striking 9320 Golf, 2357.
So,
Frequencies, command and attack.
you can see the various nature of the...
Affirmative, when the area rises IC on CDF TAC 9, V-Fire 24, V-Fire 25, utilize command 2 to...
So just as we were going up Highway 50, it was the most beautiful drive. It was snowy and sunny and amazing. We get behind a gravel truck, and the gravel truck at like 55, 60 miles an hour unleashes gravel all over my car and rips the GoPro off the top of it. This is what I think happened anyway. By the time we went to Kivers, I looked at the top of the car and I screamed because the GoPro ain't there. Now these suction cup mounts can hold up to 250 miles an hour, like to an aircraft wing. So only it must have been the gravel truck. Ew, eucalyptus. That's a gasoline tree grove right here. Eucalyptus, the non-native eucalyptus. That's the Bane of California there. Those will go up black. Black smoke.
Grass Valley is striking 4800 Charlie.
Commercial 217, go ahead. Grass Valley.
Copy 98, any mileage and log, and I'll be 1010.
Strike team 4800 Charlie, 2358.
This is 2016, but look at the dead trees. Dead, very tall trees in the landscape. These are the ones that throw the embers really far. Think of embers. Embers are like paper airplanes. You throw the paper airplane.
42A, party lane leaves the vehicle parked and locked on the wide right. Then 422, they're going to try to tow in the morning. 98.
The airplane can fly quite a long distance. Picture.
Party leaves the vehicle parked and locked on the wide right-hand shoulder. Then 422, they'll try to tow it in the morning. 98.
Okay, who cares about the tow? Now, if you throw a paper airplane at the surface, it goes, but throw a paper airplane on the top of a tree. This is why you can't have standing dead trees in the landscape. It's just, it's fire stupidity.
Clear on a Williams. They follow the roadway no further Sacramento clear at 2359.
It's criminal stupidity, really. You should have a few, because eagles need to make a nest, woodpeckers need to peck, but you don't need more than like 1 or 2 per square mile on the landscape. You have more than that, you are just ready to turn your neighborhood into an inferno and destroy the environment. This is the road up to Bridgeport. This is...
146, we're going to be en route to Marshall for follow-up.
Okay, you turn off. Turn off the main road and you're back on in the 1800s mode. You can tell this is a paved stagecoach route where all the gold miners were going back in the day. And this was really rough. Are you guys amused by this at all? Or is everybody actually asleep? I hope this gives you an idea of what the terrain is and what firefighters are facing. A little bit thick. The brush can really grow up. A lot of poison oak in here. Manzanita. Get closer. Totally needed a neutral density filter. Polarizer. But the Hero 2 didn't really take filters. Not something GoPro did back then. Aha, we're getting close to the bridge. Look now. Look now if you wanted to see cool stuff about this drive. Coming up to Bridgeport into the historic district, and boy, there are a lot of swimmers and rafters. That day cooling off, it was pretty hot. Oops. That video is about to end. Is that me in a driveway? It is. It's me putting the GoPro on top of the car. Okay, so where? Okay, is this the bridge? Oh, that's the one by Timbuktu. Okay, this must be the drive home. So I got these up. Driving to Bridgeport, French. It's the GoPro. Oh, did the GoPro turn itself off? Before I got to French Corral? Was that the issue? Oh, sorry if I tease you. I vaguely recalls the problem. Okay. Is this the end? Oh no, that would have. You know, I really thought we had it. Thought we had. Just the end. If it's only 4 minutes, it's probably like I just died because I have no battery. Oh man. Okay. Sorry, totally let you down there. I'll make up for it. I've got some stills. Alright, let's do it a 15-minute time lapse. Fire. J-Cat says my truck is called the Porcupine by the locals here. 9 antennas on it. Nice. Mr. Smitty Kyle says in the 150s and 60s, Cub Scout pack. 1950s and 60s, go out and help clear dead undergrowth. That's good. After the environmentalist stepped in, look at this later. Yeah, I was misguided. There's a middle ground between clear cutting and not cutting. Both things hurt the environment. Thinning helps the environment. Helps it be resilient to wildfire. It's being a good steward. It's like weeding, you know? Makes a garden better. You just say, oh, all plants are good. Well, weeds are just going to take over your garden. Gotta remove some things. Sanity is in the center. Everybody actually can be happy. It's just extremists. You have to tell them to shut up. Okay. Okay, Bridgeport and French Corral. Here's my crappy cell phone photos from the time. I did take some cell phone video. So here's walking over the modern bridge and seeing the wooden bridge. Trying to walk without jostling. Sarah's getting closer. Sarah is... Okay, she's on 20, approaching Junction House. Okay. She should be seeing the glow. Sure. Yeah, from her elevation, I think. So, let's see what other videos. Oh my god. Whoops. Forgot about that part. There's Dad trying to take a picture of me. I took a picture of him taking a picture of me. That was cute. Now, the Wells Fargo building that I was having a heart attack today about losing it. Yeah, this is the Yuba River. One of the forks. This is why iron doors existed in Wells Fargo buildings. Wells Fargo was smart. There's two ways they protected their building from fire and from robbery. Iron shutters. That is the way to go because fire enters through the windows and through the doors. Brickwork. Tin roofs or iron corrugated roofs. Copper one. And have a well inside so that if the robbers try to force you to come out because of no water, you can tell them to go suck it. And if fire approaches, then you've got your buckets inside of water. And if it comes in through little gaps and curtains and stuff, you can just put it out from the side. And these are just my personal little videos. Just scouting, just kind of checking out. It's meant to be cinematic. That dang. The pitted, rusted patina of the iron. Mr. Smitty Kyle says the Maidu tribes burnt along the rivers and the blackberry thickets for thousands of years. Well, the blackberry is actually introduced. That's a invasive weed, but I know what you're saying. Like the berry thickets, and they know, yeah, they knew how to do it, and most of the ranchers married into Indian tribes, or many of them did, and they learned and they had the tradition. But then other entities like the Forest Service and whatnot told them to stop it. They've been shaking their heads. After the bear fire, especially, where so many hundreds of head of cattle died and they stampeded while on fire off of a cliff, a lot of the ranchers were like, I'm done. I'm done. You know, Lewis and Butte County can't take this anymore. They're just like, it's time to retire, close the business. And this gives you an idea of the dry grass sort of thing. What you're going to see if you walk around this. Thicker bushes. Yeah. This just goes up. It's just tinder. But it just flashes by. And so the oak trees with fireproof bark, at least the bigger oaks, will survive that because of the nature of the grass going so quickly. You have to stack sticks at the base of an oak in order for it to eventually catch. An oak can have all of its leaves burn off. It'll turn black. You'll think it's dead. Damn thing blooms the next year.
328,
42A, go ahead.
Man, that's
good.
cool.
20 Rex Red on 8, Mary Norris on 86 on a Kia.
42A, 20 and Rex up for 8 Mary Nora John 826.
Medic 44 quarters, Medic 46 available.
My third letter is going to be Tom, T-Tom.
42A, 8 Mary Nora Tom 826.
I don't think that's original to the building. I think somebody kind of modified it in the back. It's possible. But they didn't have wooden walls, you know. It could be that part of the brickwork failed and they just sort of modified, or I mean, it could have been in the 1920s. You know, somebody lived in the attic, or they stored hay in it, or whatever the heck they did back.
That CNN returns clear. Registration valid through November 8th of 2022. The 2019 Kia, last four of 5876.
Just gonna turn off that license plate, Bevel. I saw movement. I saw movement in there. It could have been a cat or some other critter. Something had a den down there. It had a basement, and usually there was a well down there. I described earlier. And the structure. But this was the original porch. I kind of looked at the wood. It really looked that old. The nails in it, a lot of them were the square head nails, you know, super old type. I do believe those are the beams that held. I'm not sure about wild grapes being invasive, but most of California's native grasses are critically endangered. They did not burn with such ferocity, and when we stupidly introduced garden, you know, or animal feed style grasses, they took over, and they promote wildfires, and more intense wildfires than California native grass. It's a multifaceted problem why fires got worse than in the past. Simple answers are for simple people. That's a brilliant picture. A little accidental selfie. I'm proud of that one. That one's decent. I just washed out the sky. Let's check more. Yeah, Miss M. Smitty Kyles. Tell me more. I love learning about history, locals. My driving guide of touring ghost towns of Yuba and Nevada County. I was in the middle of writing that and writing about some Oregon ones to promote tourism to some of these more struggling type communities and to bring awareness to history that needs to be preserved. The wildfires just got in the way of all that, but it's half complete. Alright, Sarah's getting a little closer. I forgot to ask permission to show you guys where her location is. That's really something you don't do live because it's a woman, you know. I mean, it's bad enough to do that to a guy, but reveal the constant location of a woman driving on the road would be pretty. A jerk mode, you know. But if she's traveling with a bunch of people, it wouldn't matter. That's really. But we'll keep it safe. Keep it secret. And I'm losing track of her on the thing. Like, she's kind of teleporting on the map. It may take her more, hard to say, to get over to the point where she can maybe go live. Smitty Kyle says I'm in 62. Excuse me. All my family members took old Palermo Traer up to LaPorte. Oh yeah, it took 4 days in the Jeep. Really? Wow. And a Scout. Yeah, my I saved somebody's life in LaPorte as a child. Got a weird story about that. LaPorte was called Rabbit Town. It's where downhill skiing as a sport was invented by bored miners in the middle of the winter. Nobody did downhill skiing because you had to walk up hills like deep snow. That just wasn't available, but they had these tram buckets, or they were called ore trams, at the mines, where I should store it. Yeah, they're like this, and so the ore is just dirt that has gold or other minerals. And they would go across canyons from where you mined it to where the mill was to get the gold out. So these miners rode the buckets up to the top of slopes, just sitting in them, no seatbelts, and went downhill skiing. And that happened at the port, and that was the invention of downhill skiing sport, late 1800s, I believe. And these used to be all over, and the West, East and West. Crazy people, totally crazy people. And these were rickety in like the 20s and 30s. The ones from the gold rush were still just hanging out. People used to just climb all over them and stuff. And some of the mines and the buildings were just enormous. I mean, we're talking gold. So they had a kind of unlimited budget, and wire rope tramway. England had it for the system. Oh my God, these kind of pictures just make me. I'm afraid of heights. Anyway, LaPorte. There's nothing really left of the ghost town now, except for the inn, the lodge, I guess, turn of the century, the original burn. And everybody goes there to snowmobile and sled downhill, right next to the main part of where the town was, the main intersection, sled hill, and all the kids loved it. The last dredger is at that rock quarry in Marysville. It still operates, I think. I want to go have a tour. It's been a dream since my childhood to do that, but yes, I love that thing. Oh, thanks, Terry Ann, for the dancing. So, I was a kid, and next to the main snowmobile warming hut, quite quite bitterly cold that year, like wet snow, biting wind sort of thing. It was just bad enough. The weather was just getting bad enough. We're gonna wrap it up for the day. Like just sledding is comfortable. It wasn't soft snow, so if you bounced off your sled at the bottom of the hill, you like smashed into increasingly icy miniature mountain as it was compacting into more ice instead of snow. And the younger kids only went partly up the hill, then they sledded down. Older ones, a little bit older, old, would go halfway up the hill, and we would have a hard landing, and I almost bit my tongue hard, because at the bottom was this weird little lip. So instead of gliding gently to a stop, you launched off the bottom lip. And crazy people went all the way to the top. Somebody went all the way to the top in an inner tube, and we even gestured like, don't do it. The top of a big hill. And I was like, they're not really going to. This is fake. But these young teens went for it. And they were layered on top of the inner tube, like they all...
on 9 Adam, Ocean Pole, 668.
Oh, it broke down into 20... Oh, it's not operational? Oh, that's sad. Well, anyway, to finish the story, a bunch of young teens...
4290.
being stepped on. Well, talk now. I just took a bite of my pizza. Talk. Yeah, thanks, Terry. Oh. I see how it is. I'm going to chew now. As soon as I begin talking and telling the story, they're going to be like, 721. Go ahead, 721. Here's a license plate for no reason. Copy that license plate. I think it was 3 or 4 young teens got on this medium-sized inner tube, like a truck tire. They all were on top of each other, and then they did a running launch at the top, and that was suicidal. Everybody was astonished from the bottom, like, what the hell are they doing? The slope was too steep. They mostly, like, went vertical down and then smashed into the ground at the halfway point, bounced, somehow landed upright at the bottom. 3 of the guys on the top flew right off. The guy who was on the very bottom, still clinging to the inner tube as he hit the lip at the bottom, the little mini hill. And instead of launching him safely, it pushed him so that his feet were first when he hit the bottom of the hill. And so he went and tried to plant. He tried to plant his feet, like his heels, into the snow, but it slid on the ice, and he pitched forward, and the like head over heels. The inner tube was over the top of him like a cape flying behind him, and he went face first with the momentum. His chin hit the hard, icy ground right in front of me. I leapt out of the way. He was going to land right on top of me. And I heard his neck break. It just, his chin hit there, and then his body went over the top of his head, with his chin still being on the ground. I heard crunch, 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 crunch in rapid succession. His body, kept going with momentum, sliding. He ended up on his back, motionless, slid past me. Oh my God, shoot to kill, guys. we got the bots. I'm gonna report the bot real quick. And it was the sickest sound. It was just I thought he was dead. I just learned CPR in class, like just as a curiosity thing after school. I was technically too young for the CPR class. I just watched. I was allowed to kind of participate. So I ran over and saw that snow was shoved in his mouth and face. He had like a white mask of snowy death all over him that was compacted as if he was in an avalanche. So I just pushed my fingers into his mouth, pulled snow out, cleared the airway. He wasn't breathing. I wiped it out of his eyes. It's like, yeah, just, I mean, he just looked for all intents and purposes dead. So I then realized his chin was like on his chest, like on resting on his collarbone. So I okay, I'm listening. That's just police dispatch. It's not related to fire. I'm listening still to the radio. And so I know you're not supposed to move the neck of somebody who's just had a broken neck, but you have to get them breathing. So I just tilted his chin and held his neck completely steady, pushed my palm on his forehead back, and just kept tilting the chin. And as soon as I got him kind of upright, he gasped and started breathing. And I just held his forehead down with the palm of my hand so he couldn't move. And I was straddling him, but I was not putting any weight on his chest. Like my knees were in his armpits, and I held his head down, and his eyes were wide with terror, and he started screaming, yelling, saying, "Get off of my chest." I said, "Bro, I'm not on your chest," basically. And so I didn't want him to be touched or moved, but running towards me now are like grown men who came from in the snowmobile rest area. You know, like it's an open kind of a brick building with a roof, and it has a fireplace, but like no door, no way to keep that area warm. And so the guys ran over. They just picked me up and tossed me. I'm like, wait, don't move him, don't touch him. And he was going on and on and on and yelling all the while that I was sitting on his chest and he couldn't breathe. And I said, "I am not on your chest." And he kept repeating that to everybody else who was around him. Even when nobody was anywhere near him, he says, "Get off my chest," because he found it really difficult to breathe. So they called for an ambulance. It had to come from the valley, and the snowstorm worsened. The roads got worse, and the plows needed to come out. It took that ambulance. The ETA was getting 8.5 hours valley to get to LaPorte. So we built a biggest fire that we could. Eventually, people that knew about first aid, real off-duty firefighters and the like, came over, and they found a board in town to act like a stretcher, and they just used duct tape. That's all they had, but they duct taped his head to this board. I don't remember where the board came from. It was like just a plank of wood. Because he would not stop struggling. He could barely move, but he started moving one of his arms. And just kept saying, "Everybody get off my chest." So next he was getting cold and kept him by the fire. But I could not imagine just waiting 7 to 9 hours for an ambulance. They then called for a helicopter, and the helicopter turned back because of the snowstorm. Okay, that's police still talking about random police stuff. Sarah's moving closer to the fire, and yet I want to go to sleep. I have a so. Oh, Cheryl, your daughter was hurt. Oh, that's horrible. She's okay now, I hope. Big Al says I've heard someone break their arm and scream, but breaking a neck. Yeah, it just went. I can even crack my neck, and it sounds like my neck's breaking. I don't know if that was something you could hear, but it was like that, but so loud. I almost had a heart attack when he opened his eyes. I was sitting there on a dead person, and all of a sudden, I almost fucking died. Excuse my language. I just, oh, just my hair must have stood on end. You know, you see those movies where somebody's hair turns white and stands straight up. That's how I felt. Like his neck was floppy. How was he alive? Okay, they're still talking about an Audi. There's like the police are looking at Audi. This is eerie. Look at this collapse. Now what we're seeing is the hot smoke. As there's more and more flare-ups, the hot smoke will look more white. But look at the billowing nature of that. Just mesmerizing like an ocean wave. And the firefighter vehicle's coming. Let's see if we can do a time. You know, let's check launch duty. I don't know that we're going to get one until they do mapping. I keep checking the flight radar, see if we're see if we're going to see a airplane in the sky. I did see something go left, right, but that could have actually just been like a little drone that some fire captain had. Pickup truck, you know. I don't think it was one of the military ones, or we would have gotten a map by the last watch duty update. Oh, just happened 30 minutes ago. Nothing new to report in the last couple of hours. Fire continues to be active above the Yuba River and along the eastern to southeastern. That's it. Report by Cole Yukin. Butchered that. This is it can be hard to tell fire from hot smoke if your image is 100% white, like the camera's not calibrated correctly. But this is a pretty good calibration. You can tell. You can see the super white right there. Oh god. Shifting around. Let me pause it. You can tell that's fire. And that is oh. Got your different look to it as it animates. Between lights and stuff. I kind of wonder if there's a tower somewhere. Big Dog says saw a man fly through the air near Fernley, Nevada from a car accident. Yikes. He and several other members try to keep him alive. The first cop on the scene pronounced him. Oh, so sorry, Big Dog. Cheryl Simpson says, so if you're using propane as a heating source, please do a bubble properly. Yes. Wait, what? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't scroll up. What? Cheryl says she was caught in a shower with her boyfriend when the propane had a breathe for EMS. Your daughter died, Cheryl? I'm so sorry. Oh my god. When I installed the natural gas water heater, I did that test at my mom's place. I'm glad. You put soapy water all over the fittings and the hoses. If you have a leak, bubbles are going to form. Just take Dawn dish soap and water and just soap it down after you've done the install. Let it run. She died of carbon monoxide poisoning. So sorry, Cheryl. How long ago? Yeah, the detectors have to be present. Can't smell it, it's odorless. Oh, man. Yeah, it's just so simple. And as soon as I read about it, because I was so worried about, installing something that has anything to do with gas, it gave me the confidence, to do the go-ahead and live in that house for a while. But we made sure that we had carbon monoxide detectors. You do that even to barbecue tanks? Yeah. My friend had a propane heater, and I went to spend the night at her place, and it was getting chilly. It was late autumn in the Pacific Northwest. For being a sixth grader or something at her sleepover party, and it was a detached garage that was half finished, and everyone was like, "Oh, it's chilly," so they shut this window. They had a couch in there and just like cushions all over the floor. Oh God, that scared me. Go unmute it. Oh God, Cheryl, I'm so sorry. They turned on the propane heater, which had like a heat dish in the front and a propane tank on the bottom. And they shut the windows and turned it on, and I said, and they said, what? I said, open that window again, please. And they're like, why? The whole slumber party, if I hadn't been there, probably would have been dead the next day. Like, I tried to tell them, I think you need ventilation for that. There weren't any warning labels. Like, they looked at it. Like, mostly fifth graders. But at least one of them was smart and said, I'll go ask my mom about that. And the mom came out and was white as a sheet because she forgot she had the propane heater there and didn't know that the kids knew how to turn it on. Yeah. Mr. Smitty Kyle's had a second cousin, 18-month baby. Oh, died in a fire in a cabin in Butte, Kansas. Had a second cousin. Oh my. I hate fire. I have never liked it. I saw Backdraft as a kid. That was just wrong. My parents allowed me to see that. That was bad. And I just fear it and don't like it. I've never in a million years thought I'd ever do something like this. The fact that I do not like it is basically this. I heard about the wildfires in California and then called my dad one day in 2017. And he goes, did you hear about the fires? And I said, Santa Rosa, yeah, that was awful. He goes, no, Bangor and Loma Rica, too. I said, what? That's far away. He goes, yeah, but PG&E power lines went down in Bangor, too, so in 3 different occasions in the same time with those Santa Ana winds. I think it was October 13th, Friday the 13th, 2017. Or at least Friday the 13th is when I heard of it. I said, that sucks. I didn't realize how sullen my dad's voice was. Yeah, some of our old neighbors take it. I was like, sorry, what? Nobody dies in wildfire. That's extremely rare. And it was a mass fatality day. And he didn't turn off the power, and the rickety lines fell over all the state. And yeah, and so they were searching for survivors among the missing in the two towns of Santa Rosa. I never thought that I'd just make a phone call one day and find out that former neighbors are dead and didn't make it, and others lived by shoving themselves, the entire families, in a culvert underneath the driveway because there was no way out. And then the very next year, repeat, it's paradise. They just kept doing it. The next year, Wildfire, PG&E kept doing it. It just keeps going. This is why I'm here. What if it was me? What if we had still lived in rural California? The place where we used to live did not burn, but close enough. That's because the firefighters saved it. I wouldn't be here. Much as I absolutely hate fire and don't want to think about it, I found out more and more how fire is one of the most common accidental deaths in the United States. We're getting better at the safety of a vehicle. We're getting better at the safety of pretty much everything else, like tobacco deaths going down, traffic accident deaths going down. But fire deaths are kind of going up if you account for all the... Okay, the radio just queued up, but it was nothing. If you kind of account for population percentages and this and that, in many places, accidental fire deaths are going up. And and in the statistics, since everything else is getting safer, fire deaths are moving up and up and up. Closer as the years go by to number one, accidental death in the United States, not third world countries, states. And I'm like, this just shouldn't be. And B, this is Yuba County / Nevada County, French Corral. You've heard of that by Bridgeport, Yuba County. It's on the county line. Ghost towns. Excuse me, can't share the map anymore because I'm going to out Sarah Luna's position. Let me show you on fire map. Move this one aside. Yoink. Monitor here, her over here. Privately. Yoink. Okay, let's get fire mapper. 40 fire. ArcGIS. But we can reverse this. It's mostly education and regulation. It's okay. This is a wonderful. We volunteers are still the ones manning this, although I haven't looked at it in some time. So, yeah, crowdsourced, fire information, the Rice's Fire, and Nevada County. Just great resource. This is in dark mode that's artificial, but normally looks like. We don't have a complete picture on the size of it. Get Lake Tahoe, Sacramento in the scale so you can kind of see where it is. So there you go. See Lake Tahoe. I'm estimating around 3,000 acres. Yeah, I can see why you do art and you make awesome art. Mr. Smitty Kyle says my aunt's sister had a nervous breakdown. She was never the same because of the death of the of the second cousin, your second cousin in the cabin fire? She caused the fire? Or? Yeah, and whatever we can do for you, Cheryl, of course. That's why I don't allow jerks in here, because real people are affected by this. My brother was a missing person on the morning of November 8th, 2018, Paradise. I was playing a game that night before, and my phone rattled, and it said, I just for beep and giggles, installed a police scanner app. In fact, it was called Scanner Radio. And I had little alarms going off, like alerts scheduled for it, so that if a lot of people, like thousands of people, were listening to a scanner, that I'd be alerted to what it was and just could follow everything from exciting car chases to, whatever's going on. Excuse me, my heater underneath my desk, I need to fix. Thank goodness it's a total electric heater. What bothers me about it is it doesn't have a tip over switch. But at least it can't make fumes. So it said all of a sudden that 23,000 people were listening to Butte County Sheriff's Office scanner, and I went, Butte County? Nothing happens in Butte County, well, except for the collapse of the spillways at the dam. But that was the most excitement Butte County has seen in probably since the 1850s. Another near mass fatality event. And I was like, why would 20-something thousand people be listening to Butte County? I kept playing my game. What kind of an idiot was I to just keep playing a game and not tune in and try to figure that out? I thought it must be a mass shooting or something. Like, people tuned in from all over the world would explain that. Never in a million years, I think, in November. Well, I knew that winter is a bad Santa Ana wind season and wildfire season, but I did not have a concept that the entire town could just be erased in moments. And so all of a sudden my phone's blowing up with, has anybody heard from your brother? And I'm like, why? People in the game said, do you know what's happening in California? Don't you have family there? And I'm like, okay, what the hell's going on? And they said, just turn on the news. And sure enough, he hadn't checked in, and it was just unbelievable. Finally, when he checked in, just everybody was just crying with relief. He had to drive through flames. He was eating breakfast on the porch with the kids and the wife, and not his kids, but the wife's kids. The sheriff just screamed down the street, basically saying, run for your lives, out and shouting out the window. The smoke had kept coming towards Paradise, but it was assumed that just distant stuff was burning because the fire was pretty far away. Nobody knew that the embers could travel so long. They went miles. They went over Concow and Pence and flew on the high winds many miles over to the hills, the base of the canyon right next to Paradise, and it climbed that canyon in an instant, near vertical cliffs, kind of, really steep, and then swept over the plateau without anybody, with everything you could see in the distance still green. All of a sudden the fire is in the. And so when the smoke was rolling over the town, unless you could see it with your eyes, which nobody could, because it's got kind of gentle rolling hills kind of on that plateau and lots of trees. Everybody just thought, wow, the wind shifted and the big forest fire down the road is getting nasty. You wouldn't know that it's 2 blocks away unless you start hearing people shouting and screaming. And sounds of propane tanks that started exploding. It was really just 3 blocks away when the sheriff just screamed out the window, "Run for your life." People who took longer to get in the car behind him didn't make the other neighbors. When I went to the same place and realized I had the map of where the fatalities were, what my own little personal quest was, I wanted to know, could they have done something to save their own lives? I found out they could. None of them should have gotten in the car. That opportunity window had closed. All it was traffic jams, down power lines, and fire sweeping over cars. Right across the street was a creek, a neighbor's house with a lush green yard, short grass, ponds, a swimming pool, and a culvert by the creek where it went under the road was 8 or 9 feet tall, could have accommodated 100 people in it, 500 people, maybe more if you stuffed people in there desperately. But people died in their cars near this perfect place of safety, just not knowing about it, not knowing what to do. So that's why I'm here. Yeah, that's true, Big Dog. We actually, Cogito and I measured where the spot fires happened using CalTOPO's instrument measuring tools, and we had it confirmed later by firefighters talking in press conferences and on the radio. 15 miles. The embers of the Riverside, Oregon fire of last year went 15 miles down canyon due to the high wind. But Cogito said, he's a firefighter, that 20 is something that's possible in rare circumstance. Mr. Aviation, hey, welcome back, by the way. It's crazy how a small piece of hot material no larger than a pebble can erase a town. No. They saved his neighbor's house. All my brothers burned to the ground and all the others on the street burned to the ground. Because it was green, it had all those water sources, it had defensive space, it was perfect. So just after my brother left, and the people who were doomed left, the fire department came around the corner and saved that house and saved themselves at that house. They parked in the driveway, they wet down the house, then they wet down their own engine, and they let the fire just surround them and go past them. They put their hoses and their pumps into the pool. That's how they lived. The firefighters didn't flee paradise. They stayed and sheltered in place, and this is what they do. They look for the house that's defensible, has the water sources. They grabbed everybody they could and told them, follow us, follow us. And a bunch of the neighbors from other streets took shelter in the house and just sat there in perfect safety. Across the street, or across the, the creek and up the hill was the Ace Hardware. And people sheltered in the Ace Hardware parking lot. I think they saved the Ace Hardware because the creek was there and the style of the roof was not bow truss. Bow truss is a death trap. You can look that up and Google it if you want to know. But it had a different type, and the reason I know this is because I walked into the Ace Hardware and I wanted to know why this building was saved and not the others. A, the firefighters had roof access. B, the creek to keep water on it, even though the pressure of the whole town failed. A bunch of people put their sprinklers on and left their homes and made it so there was no pressure to fight the fire. And yeah, true, Ace was brick and metal, and the style of roof was not bow truss. The other big box type grocery store, Safeway, the grocery outlet, had a bow truss style, and that's a death trap. The roof is not attached to the walls. The roof is attached at the walls, but not on top of them. So I'm just going to draw you a picture real quick. What I mean is, here in the black space, if you see this is a big box store with an entrance or something, a bow truss means that there's a bow, like a bow and arrow. That's what I mean, like it's an arch. And you would think that it rests on top of these brick walls. This is brick walls, right? And so even if it's on fire, eventually the roof will collapse or something if the entire roof is eaten up by fire, right? Like in a normal building. A bow truss, here's the building again, my pathetic drawing, doesn't rest on top of the walls. There's these little wooden beams like this, like a notch on the wall, and they're bolted to the brick wall or cinder blocker. And the bow is rested on top of them on the inside. Okay, it's a terrible drawing. Start over. Bow. And here's the, okay, I'm gonna make the wall blue. Better idea. The wall, this, the pink of the roof is attached to the wall inside. Okay, I hope that's, you understand me now. And right here in yellow are the bolts. They're just beams of wood bolted to that wall. So what happens when the yellow beams are on fire? Right here is the point of failure, right there. The roof is entirely intact. The fire is just licking up the walls inside of the structure, like so, eating at the beams. And if you're inside, you can't see from one end to the other because there's, guess what, smoke inside the structure, right? So the firefighters could enter the front door here and enter the entire structure, not knowing that in the back somewhere the fire is eating the beam, and with no warning, it's a random interval, the entire roof is going to collapse on them and crush everybody because it's the weight of the entire roof. The fire hasn't even taken anything out of it. Just boom, it'll go to the floor. Air conditioning's on the roof too. Air conditioners will squash people flat. So it's one of the worst design flaws of architecture I can ever think of, for one. And there have been mass fatality events with firefighters responding, entire units perishing inside, because you cannot predict when it's going to collapse. So firefighters have a habit, of going around their town and just looking at things like this, looking up and seeing what kind of roof is it. They make mental notes, especially the leaders, and they will never allow anybody to go inside unless it's to search for a victim real fast. They will never allow anybody in there. They're smart. They will fight it from the outside. I'm listening to radio.
10-4. We just finished.
Okay, I think Sarah sent me a message. She's got eyes on the fire, but she's in cell phone range. She's pulled over to clean the windows. So Sarah is near the fire. Okay. So let's stand by and see if she goes live. I'm going to tell her, hey, good job, girl. Just let us know when we should tune in. And if she streams this live, she'll be like the only reporter from the scene, right? I don't think anybody else is there. Citizen journalism now. It's not the big guys show up in a helicopter for a bit and go home. That's pretty much what's been happening. I don't know if it's budget constraints or what. And going back to the chat. Yeah. So, okay. Mr. M. Smitty Kyle says they found the propane tank. It blew 300 feet down the hill. The fire marshal said it was accidental. My God. The most excitement since the Magalia Nugget in 1888. Yeah. So you go down. Yep, you're right. You know a lot about the campfire. Yeah, fire gets caught under the eaves and it starts there. Sarah hasn't melted the windshield wipers yet. No, she's just got ash on the car and dust. Oh, but I do worry for her, and I kind of wish she didn't go now. Why couldn't Sarah have shown up at this fire hours ago so I could go to bed? I'm trying to reset my sleep schedule. I want to leave for California on the 2nd, at the latest the 3rd, at like 4 in the morning. I gotta get used to getting up early. Yeah, Big Dog, you're right. Sarah is our ace reporter. You know, is there anybody here unfamiliar with Sarah's story? I should let her tell the damn thing. Since she ain't here, I can. Speaking of how to deal with tragedy and try to make something of it, I really admire Sarah too. Sarah, this is the crazy story, and I went to Tahoe to interview her as well. I sort of did, but she got really sick from a infected dog bite, and she was fine the day that I talked to her, and then started to get ill. And so the day that I had my hotel room free for us and like set up like a studio to interview her, she was passed out and running a fever. So I was like, that's okay. And then a damn avalanche warning storm system came, and I had to leave. But I hope to reconvene with her soon. Here we are doing Firestream. We had done the Dixie for a while. The Caldor breaks out, and Sarah met me and us by coming in the chat. Oh, I'm so sorry, Smitty Kyles, but you're welcome here. A lot of us are really ill people. I have health problems.
1431 Nevada County.
I can't complain.
1431 City, injured cat, St. Ledger Forest, RP's requesting pickup.
Look at other. And so you're in good company. We'll keep it a supportive environment here. Okay, Sarah's approaching Pleasant Valley Road. I'm giving her the thumbs up. So here's the crazy story about Sarah. Caldor is getting bigger, and people were like, "Do you think it'll reach Highway 50?" It was south. It started closer to, what is that, 88, and went so far north. People, after it ripped through Grizzly Flats, people are like, "Oh, they'll stop it at 50." I'm like, no. That canyon is too narrow. Embers will jump right across. If it gets to the canyon, it'll jump it. And people were kind of numb to that idea because it was such a horrifying prospect, because the fire hadn't gotten that point yet. But I've learned through more experience now that the fire keeps going until something stops it. If nothing's in place to stop it, you know what'll happen. So when you think like that, you can more clearly kind of understand what's going to happen. So the fire was edging towards 50, coming up from the south to the north. We're talking about the Caldor last year. God, it seems like it was like 8 years ago. And here comes Sarah, and she goes, "Great, that's cool what you're doing." And I said, "Well, happy to be a help," like that. And she goes, "My mom's in Kybers." And I looked at Kybers, and I said, "Well, get her out of there if you can." And she made a phone call or whatever. My mom won't leave. She says there's no evacuation order yet. And I said there's going to be, because the fire's coming right that way. And so she calls her mom back, says Mom won't leave. She doesn't really think she has to. It's far away and blah, blah, blah. And so Sarah became distressed because her mom was going into denial mode about danger. And part of it was CAL FIRE was really slow to tell people to evacuate due to a protocol thing. It's not like they were stupid. They had to deal. They had to deal with Byzantine and outdated, slower chain of command process before they could get authorization to tell people to evacuate, and that needs to change instantly. I hope it has. But either way, there was many hours, usually a delay of 5 to 8 hours before CAL FIRE or other authorities could finally call for evacuations. The fire had to be at a certain location to call for evacuation. The way it should be is there anything stopping the fire? If not, to tell people way early. But that just hasn't happened yet. That's what we do here. But the officials are still stuck in the past as far as getting protocol change. So I said, don't. But you tell her to not wait for the officials because of what I just explained. They're going to be telling her late. And so the best option to save most of your stuff and be safest is leave long before they're telling you. So Sarah tries to reason with her again and got real distressed because still no effect. And so, okay, Sarah says she's trying to get her bearings right now where she's at. Okay. So I had just tried to read about psychology and why people won't evacuate. The worse a disaster is, the less likely they are to move sometimes. And that's because the human psyche can only absorb so much fear. And the bigger a disaster, like the bigger the threat, sometimes the more likely to believe it or just to experience detrimental optimism. So I said, first of all, the way you counteract that is tell people it's their choice, they're in control. The more in control a person feels, the less likely they are to shut down and be overwhelmed by fear to the point where it just turns off. Once the human brain experiences X amount of fear, it gets turned off. I experienced that in an airplane that was probably going to crash on landing because we were landing in wind shears and crosswinds in a broken up cyclone, and we were out of fuel. So we had like 3 to 4 go-arounds, and the 5th landing attempt, we finally put the wheels down. But the wheels were down, and the plane would take off again. And I was experiencing terror until I started laughing, and it was just gone. I realized I wasn't in control, and for some reason I had no more fear. And so I know this phenomenon is real, but the numb kind of shutting down and just denial is a different kind of it. So I said, hey, tell somebody, they're the ones in control. I can't make you do anything. When they feel a bit more in control, then give them their options. Just say, here's the best case scenario, here's the middle ground, and here's the worst. Because nobody can predict what exactly happened. And then ask them if it's not for me you want to evacuate. If it's not for you that you want to evacuate, I'm a nervous wreck. I'm not going to sleep. Would you please do it for me? Like I'm going nuts here. I can't turn off my worrying. Help me out. Maybe we'll laugh about this in the morning. Let's at least pack up the heirlooms, if not everything. Get them to safety, and then we'll assess things in the morning. Because if there's no real evacuation order, you can always go back. So I said, try that maybe. Because if you tell somebody you have to go, you might die, it's a strange psychological thing, but the more you talk about scary stuff, the more they shut down. They're overwhelmed. So I just gave some general advice about that. And that change in tactic was just what the doctor ordered. She was sympathetic. She realized she did have more control. She was informed, and information gives people a sense of power too. Nobody wants to feel like they're a helpless victim. Just weigh your options. So her mom evacuated Kybers to Sarah's house, which was at Sierra at Tahoe, which was further east down Highway 50. So Sarah was like, thank you. And I said, hey, thank your mom. She's the one who made the right decision because she's smart. And I hope it's nothing. Khyber's, I then reassured that Khyber's would probably be saved because it's a little compact town in a canyon. That's usually what firefighters can defend, is the small, compact, tiny villages. Markleyville had just been saved into Tamarack. So I said, don't count on it, but that the fire might go past them. They may rig up all of the buildings, be wetted down. They have enough time. With like doughboy swimming pool things called pumpkins in the yards. And they may stay there if they feel it's safe enough to defend the structures, and the fire might go past them. That's exactly what happened to Khyber. Phew, sigh of relief. So just when her mom was going back home, Sarah thought, Sarah's mom had gone with her to Sarah's house at Sierra Tahoe. Sorry, radio just stepped on me, and I had to listen for a sec. It's still on mute for you guys.
Drive 18915, Penn Valley Drive. It's residential. Keep off panic alarm. Possible.
Okay, somebody might need help evacuating, I think is what dispatch said, but I can't be sure. So I'll keep my ear open if that's the case. So I'm going to check on Sarah's location. Speaking of Sarah, I'm just telling the story to pass the time as we're waiting for her to go live if she can. Yeah, she's very close. I'm glad she's near that quarry, because that is a good defensible place to retreat to, and that's where the firefighters are staged too, if unless they changed it. Good, good. See if she goes live, and then we'll see this fire, boom, live. That'll be cool. So the horrible, ironic thing, Sarah's story, and one of the reasons I admire her so much, is her mom goes back to Khyber. She's thinking she's safe at Sierra Tahoe, but the Caldor gets worse. It goes down Highway 50. I mean uphill. It goes up Highway 50. Because, like I said, canyons are wind tunnels. The embers pretty much lit the whole canyon on fire, and a whole bunch of the structures survived. I drove that in December due to the firefighters, wetting down the buildings and heroically saving them. But it got closer and closer to Sierra at Tahoe, which is a plateau above South Lake Tahoe. And Sarah was out one day and returning to her home, and the firefighters were going the opposite direction, running for their own lives, and said, "You can't go in there, we have to run." So Sarah had her vehicle. I couldn't go back to get anything home, and the fire swept up over Lover's Leap, big cliff, swept over the Sierra Tahoe Plateau, started burning down part of the ski resort, and Sarah's neighborhood too was burned to the ground. So her mom's house ended up being the one that survived, and Sarah's didn't. And the fire was that big that just miles and miles away. Easier to save the little buildings in the canyon than it was to save up anything on a plateau, and that's kind of what I'm starting to understand. Paradise illustrates that greatly. So instead of moping around, Sarah still had her vehicle and her cell phone, and she decided that she would cover the Caldor fire by following around the firefighters and the journalists. She would report from the scene. I think I don't drink, but I think I would start drinking if that happened to me, or I would just be in a gutter or trashed. But she became a journalist that day and started driving around wherever we on the stream needed to know what was going on. She said, "I'll go over there." And I watched her back, kept in contact with her trying to figure out with the satellites, where the heat was. because that's not something you can do in the field very well. It's easier for me to do from my armchair. There's CalTopo. Look at the heat maps.
What do you have left from the 49 side?
And that's what she's doing right now. She still doesn't have a house. It's not rebuilt yet. I would hate fire, especially bad if such a terrible thing happened to me. She took me to the ruins of her house. It's just like there was like a stove. All I could kind of see in the sticking out of the snow. Nothing to really get. She showed me the pictures on her cell phone of days before, hanging out at her house. The only pictures she really ever got to keep. One's just that happened to be still on her phone. And that's the way to deal with it. Try to put it positive. She helped so many people by when the news media went home and when Cal Fire's information line or the county information line about fires turned off at 9 p.m. She was out there in the middle of the night live streaming and went to the Dixie Fire too. Helped the people of Janesville, Susanville when the fire went over their ridge and showing them just exactly where it was. And then I could tell the viewers, show what she was streaming, exactly what's going on. So she's amazing. I sit here in a chair, losing sleep and being a basket case. And she's like, I'll go to the scene. Dang. I don't know if I want to go to the scene. I don't think I should until I take. John Bruno teaches classes. I want to ask if he still does. JB, Shasta County. He teaches journalists how to survive, like how to get in a shake and bake shelter and how to, wear gear, That's why I sent you Boot. What's Boot? Sorry, what's Boot? Yeah, so when Big Dog says Sarah's our ace reporter, in more ways than one, she doesn't have a home to return to, and she's still out in the field working. Dang. What's Boot? I don't get it. Miss Smitty Kyle says my wife's BFF daughter lost her house in the Caldor. What community? The insurance company sells it paid a dime. Gave them the mini Winnebago, and it ain't much. She cried more when we showed up. Oh my gosh. That's what's angering me. Did FEMA ever do anything with the Caldor? It took a long time for FEMA to show up for the Dixie. FEMA trucks rolled in like vans or buses, and people approached them like, help us. And they said, no. FEMA is not activated for the people. We're here to fix a radio antenna or something. What? And I heard it never really got activated for the Caldor. Well, FEMA would like to have helped, but there's like red tape, and governors and presidents and such have to both sign pieces of paper to make it happen. And I don't know if that ever happened. We'll have to ask Sarah. I had to go a few months without looking at fire, and not after 96 days of streaming it live. I was losing it. So now is a good time to come up. Okay, let me check my email, Cheryl, and I'm going to check on you. Here, French Corral. Okay. Bet she's passing the historical buildings, or just has. Just kind of has a delay. She gonna go live? Let me ask her, because she kind of assumes that I have Facebook going, and I check Facebook every few months. I think I friended her. But did I friend her on the Wildfire channel? I'm asking her, are you live? I have a Baofeng radio. I need to learn how to use it. Oh, man. Yeah, Smitty and Cheryl. Cheryl says I don't feel guilty over Sarah's death. Oh, no, your daughter's name is Sarah? I was just talking about... Knew about the bubble test. Casey knew about the bubble test. They were overly distracted by family issues. Bad. Joe Bicker says the winds must have shifted. Just walked outside here in Butte County and can smell it. Yep, that is definitely what's happened. Between 11 and midnight, usually the air gets cold enough for the air to start sinking and going downhill. And that means that mountain air almost every night changes direction back to going downhill. Unless there's like a firestorm so bad that it doesn't happen. We have 60 viewers right now, and I bet...
Stop my star guy at the staging point.
Out here, I bet fully 2/3 of the people that are tuned are asleep. But I like being the soothing voice that sleep. Yeah. Smitty Kyle says the cow door happened when new administration was put it in. I don't want to do any politics. Right. We kind of banned politics on the stream. Except you can trash the governor and you can trash PG if you want. Because his behavior after Paradise feuding with Trump rather than work with him, and Trump easy to work with by any means, but no effort really made, just both of them pointing fingers, and then the fire victims, both of them wanted to withhold money from the fire victims, but blamed the other one, said the other one did it. The victims needed it like they were camped out, 102-degree weather, in tents at the river bottom, and they needed help, and the politicians fingers and screamed at each other. Okay, Sarah has messaged me. Oh, yeah, just like I said, she just passed the old Wells Fargo building. I'm gonna say, lol. Yes, I just said she must be at the Wells Fargo building or just past it. One second, I'm gonna mute myself because I have to say something offline here. Okay, I unmuted myself. This is so bright infrared. That's a lot of heat on the hill. Now the bright points that you're seeing is stumps. Stumps and trees on fire. Fallen logs, that sort of thing. Now the darker spots or the less bright spots, that's where just straight up grass and brush burned off, and the actual cool. Also where rocks and stuff are, where there. Truca girl once says almost but not quite asleep, listening to the story hour. Still there. Big Al says I'm not asleep yet. I'm sitting here working on homework. Haven't had homework in 20 years. What you going back to school for? Tell me when you go to the Sequoias. Maybe I'll meet you there if I can get the funding. I'll go shoot the Sequoias. Or there's hey GTPO.
Local, repeat your identifier.
Yeah. Everything about last year was so unreal.
9261 Charlie. 0123. We're in the area. Command 2, tone 9. Right as I see.
Go ahead, Sarah. Tell me what you need. She says, I could see the fire from the quarry. Okay. I think she needs me to help guide her with maps. Oh, she sent me a picture. Okay.
61 Charlie at Grass Valley, NEU West Home 3.
I got a picture of some fire trucks.
9261 Charlie. Place a call to the command center, change of assignment.
Sure. Let me put a beat on you. I didn't understand what you meant the first time, that you needed to orient yourself. Okay.
Engine 77 AOS
Ah.
for a seizure, use the high stakes valet and Thunder Valley Casino 0124.
Okay, that's a casino thing. Let me go and track Sarah on her map off screen and try to let her know where she should go. Okay. So all right, I'll look at the camp for you. Now, let's look at the maps. Best place to see it is the high plateau camp. So let's see where the high plateau camp is pointing, and if it's zoomed in, and if we can get her to a place that has a vantage point like this. Oh God. Oh, that is so far away. All right. See where she could see the fire from point. Okay. Let me zoom out. If I put this into terrain. Okay, base map is terrain. Targets. Okay, that helps us. Wow, okay, that's a little bit too intense. Gotta turn off the heater. Let's get rid of that. Targets. Hoping it would just show me the one target. Now, if this is looking this way, then this camera's vantage point is looking at this hill, I bet. Take another look. Split. Cross-reference it with Bowman Ridge. Okay, so we do the fire over the ridge. I wish I could use the mapping software and give her some. Okay. I'm narrowing down this hill that's very visible on the high plateau. Alert wildfire cam. It's in super zoom. It's looking almost from the valley up the canyon to the northeast. I believe the hill that's on fire that it is looking at looks like mostly a male genital organ. No joke. It's a bend in the river that looks like a, let me just screenshot it for you. Now that's Marysville Road right there. Yeah. I'm not going to trace it or I'll be drawing dirty pictures again. And I said I'd never do that. Okay, so what town is this? What is it supposed to be? Come on, don't chug. Website, don't chug. Street map. Give me a label. Okay. Okay. So it's bend in the river due north of French Corral. Right. Let me screenshot that on my phone. Change. Okay. Oh gosh. Since I'm doing location sharing, I can't get out of that screen. Change. Okay, guys. Technology. Okay, I found out where she is. Too far west. Okay, I'm gonna tell her to go up to a certain place. Okay. Gotcha. I think she'll be able to see it from there. Okay. Okay, screenshot is hard, but I think you need to go on the road that is next to the Troost Trail. Climb to higher elevation and you'll be able to see the hill that's on fire, if they're going to let you. What is this name? Okay, I gotta go to Caltopo. Let's turn on bridge. What is, I don't know that this road has a name. Does it have a number? It says 4-wheel drive road. She's got a 4-wheel drive vehicle. That should be okay. Get a different map. Service. CF Outdoors. Nope. Scan topos. It's unnamed. Alright, I'll give her a screenshot. Can you see on your map where it says Troost Trail? This road is unnamed. It says 4-wheel drive, but you should be right on it to turn onto it. I'm gonna get a super app called Backcountry Navigator. French car. Yeah, I have super topo maps. I'll just screenshot this stuff. Stand by for screenshot from my navigation app. Wish I could import her into her location into this app. I can get as many topos as I want. So the bee's knees. Backcountry Navigator is great. Okay. Layers. U.S. Geological Survey. Forest Service. Sometimes U.S. Geological Survey names things. Visitor Center. Hang on. That's the elevation. 1600 is the elevation. It's in quadrant 22 here. It's this road. I'm trying to figure out. I want to put her don't know if she's watching. I think so. But the hill that's on fire, that people can see, I've identified as this one. So I'm trying to get her up this way. She should be able to see it from here. So I just need to find a map that, okay, yeah, I got it. It's by Den Court. That sound again. Let's see if she's moving onto it. Oh boy, guys, shoot to kill that spam bot. Good job, John Stoker. Okay. Do you see Den Court on your map just north of you on a hill? Question mark. I want you on that road that has no name, but Den Court is adjacent. Little spur off of it. You gotta climb to the north and then stick to the east to be on that ridge line, and then you should see what I think is on fire is a place called Raleigh's Point on the map, which is just east of the Colgate Powerhouse. The bend in the river that looks like male genitalia. Yeah, I have to wow, autocorrect has made this a very interesting conversation. Okay, so she's going up to Truce to Trail Road, okay? It shouldn't take very long once you're up on this ridge to see if I'm correct on where this camera is pointed. It has a great clear view, infrared. It should be like a big red hill. Yep, 0% containment. ST, is it contained? Nope. Well, not high tension, I could tell. I mean, it's by this power plant. However, it started as a house fire that spread to vegetation. We saw on KCRA news helicopter that that house burned to the ground. Right, I think you'll get a better vantage point here. Let me screenshot my U.S. Geological Survey map. Yeah, she's talking about not wanting to get in the way of the firefighters at the staging area. So I'm going to try something fancy and screenshot this. And then I'm going to use the editor pen on my phone, which is great. And make an X. An X where why is that half transparent? Oh, technology, just make it a pen, okay? I don't care about the opacity. Just draw. Just draw. How am I supposed to change opacity? Okay. Put blue where I think she should go. Okay, this is the worst drawing ever. forward it to her. Blue is where you should go to see it, and I think the red X is the hill that's on fire. Okay, I'm terrible. I'm really tired right now. This is a 4x4 road for sure. I don't see a way out. Maybe one, where it connects back over to Birchville Road by Cranston Road. So she has very few escape routes. But the fire is pretty moderate, right? It's not like it's raging. Okay, so what I did was this. I made a really stupid drawing on my phone. And I said, blue is where you should go. Red is what I think is the hill that's on fire. Okay. Yeah, those dirty bots. Thanks, guys, for all there. So if I'm right, that is what this camera is looking at, because that's the best thing I can figure. Unless she has to go into a canyon, which is not safe. Yeah, this is the high plateau cam. And it's looking directly. Directly. The dam again. Powerhouse. Oh, it's just shifted. Okay. Oh, dang it. Okay, Sis has got it. There's a lot of personnel going this way. So it must be the right way. Yeah, there's only two ways out. One goes back to Birchville Road area to the east and the way you came in. So be aware of that. Big Al says, based on the topo pick, antibiotics should put the fire out in a few days. Antibiotics? Okay. Are you feeling all right? Is that a good strain you have, Big Al? You get banned. Where's the... That's right, back here. Here. See, this is what I think it's looking. Now, depending on if this... Whoops. This hill is taller than that hill. One of the two is on fire. Either way, she should be able to see it as she makes her way up there. A lot of personnel there. Right. Humor is good for stress, absolutely. Oh, you're very welcome, ST. Look at all my fine crew here helping out. And we should all link Sarah. I'm going to see if she's live on the Twitter. Might be. Let me log into my Twitter screen. God, I needed to go to bed a long time ago. Okay, so how do I find the people that I follow? That's one of the crazy things. It's like I want to just go to the people I follow. I am following 205 people. Okay, so how do I search for Sarah amongst these folks? It's her Twitter. Okay, it's probably Luna something. Oh, God. Okay, I'll just start scrolling. Scrolling. Okay, this will take a while. That's what bothers me about Twitter. You could just type in something like KCRA, it'll say no results. You do at KCRA, it's like, here it is. Hell. Pretty sure. Okay, can you guys guide me on how to use the Twitter? Smitty Kyle says the best view I have was off Highway 4 south of Barclayville. You could see Lassen and Wilson. Oh, is that for, oh, was that like the Tamarack last? Banner Mountain. Same general. Yeah, there it is. Either that or that hill. Our ranch 2 is focused on it too. Yeah, we sent her in the right spot. Now, how do I find you on Twitter? I have no idea. Maybe she's hashtagged herself with the fire name? Okay, I'm just going to search Rice for fire. I'm brilliant. This is a great CA fire scanner. Last tweeted about it 2 hours ago. Wow, I'm retweeting some awesome stuff. There's really cool drops of aerial stuff. Now, Yubanet says, Rice's fire weather forecast as of 3 hours ago, south winds up to 7 miles per hour shift. Midnight. A weak trough along the west coast will help to start a cooling trend on Wednesday with very dry daytime conditions expected to continue poor overnight recovery. Well, at least it's cooler. I'm so embarrassed. How do you find people on Twitter that you're already following? KCRA is better on Facebook. Hey, nope, Nunya. Absolutely not. It's blitz blazing. Rice fire is gonna be going a while. Listening to dispatch. Terry, hi. Hello, Catherine. A special hello to Smitty. Good to see everyone again. Yeah, good to see you. Joe Bicker says I tagged you on Twitter post. Oh, sweet. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for guiding me around. I don't understand why Twitter got popular. How in the world did people figure it out? I build computers for a living. You know, I've not programmed, but I've modded games, imported assets, played around with 3D modeling, and I have no idea why people tolerate Twitter as this Byzantine Chinese puzzle. Reddit looks like dog crap. Like, you try to see all of the replies on Reddit, and it won't let you. And you have to click 17 times to get back where you were. It's just like, why is this popular? Why didn't somebody make it easy to use and then shut this crap down? Okay, somebody mentioned me. There it is, Sarah Luna 1111. Thank you. Okay, I put her ringing bell notification on. So she's on tweets and replies. I'm clicking media. Okay, she does not appear to be streaming. I think. Okay. She says, "Oh my God, this road is terrifying." Well, stream it, girl.
31 about County.
I found your Twitter page. Now deliver.
Service last of the wind out of Penn Valley. License status is valid. This one is clear.
Okay. I mean, we're all waiting on bated breath for your ace reporting. No, just kidding. In reality, we are. This is exciting. You are super. Okay, so how will I know when this happens? Just keep refreshing. She says, okay, lol. Okay, he has a good sense of humor. Alrighty. She gives me crap too. My defense. Alright. So soon we'll have some sort of a view of this. I'm going to show her my camera, the one that sees in the dark, that I've only used once, by the way. I was going to stream tonight, like playing around with my camera and learning how to use it with you guys, having fun together. But no, this Rice's Fire thing has happened. Okay. True California girl. What? Should I just say true girl? Okay, that's what I'm just going to call you. Nunez says, I'm on Highway 20 north of San Juan. Family stuff, but live out west in the Dixie Star. Bug, get out of my drink. Oh, gross. There's a gnat swimming in my Coke. Ugh. Right back. Ew. No lifeguard on duty. Get out. Ew. I'm so glad I didn't just drink. Ew. Ugh. Man, why isn't radio talking? I start losing my voice if I gotta talk all the time. Just get a drink. Ugh. I need more half and half. I don't drink, but I'll take shots of half and half when I eat it. I'm the kind of weird person at the restaurant where coffee is served, and I go for the half and half and peel it back and just drink it. I have no shame. I like it so much that I don't care. In reality, though, since I'm malnourished, doctor said, mix your milk with half and half to add more calories. She's live. She's live. Okay, guys, she's live. How do I know this? She's live. Okay. Thank you, guys. Wait. That is a scary road. It seems to be frozen. Okay, we still have dispatch.
Confirming infraction or misdemeanor.
Is it just me or is it? Yeah, it's Sarah.
The fire. This is where fire personnel went. Catherine was kind of guiding me, and I apologize if the stream is bumpy, but as you can see, the road's a little off-roadage. So, This is kind of a one way in and one way out, and we were going kind of blind, but we will see what's. We're just trying to make sure that we stay out of the way of fire personnel. A bunch of the water tanker trucks and different agencies. I saw Woodland Fire. What other agencies did we see coming here? Woodland Fire. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I apologize. I don't remember which agencies we saw out here. But, like I said, we're off of Pleasant Valley Road, which is closed down right now to the public. It is that we had to pass through checkpoint to get through here. They are not letting anybody in. It's been evacuated in this area. I was able to hear some chainsaws, which they're doing.
Yeah, it's buffering. It'll be on and off a little bit. That's not the world's best cell phone area, but when she gets to the ridges, maybe it'll come back.
You guided me. All right, you guys. So this is not much to see right now, but if everything is as it seems that it will be, based on the maps and where, again, the different agencies have been going on this four-wheel drive off-roading trail here, then we should be able to get eyes on the fire. And you can definitely smell it. Like it's getting thick now.
She may be on the wrong road.
The smell of smoke. It's not too windy at all, actually, right now. Oh, there's some hose, so we don't be careful driving over the.
You may be too far to the west. Try to get on the road that's to the east.
Dozer lines going back up in here. You always want to be careful. Make sure driving over there was not running on it. Let's see. So we're doing our best to not drive over their water supply. Yeah, it's getting a little gnarly, so be careful. Don't want to stop that water supply.
Tiny fire down there.
Oh, there's a spot fire down there. Okay, I can see flames now, you guys. So here we go.
She's kind of on the.
And there's fire here. So we got fire.
She's on the wrong road
here. If you guys can see what's going on, so. Now this is where we gotta be real careful because we are.
Oh crap!
We are in it right now, so I know it's really hard to see. It's like pitch black out, but all right, there's fire down there. So we're gonna, and it's come through here already.
Oh yeah, everything's burnt up.
As you guys can see, so we're gonna get. We got fire over here. All right, so we're gonna stop real quick and. I'm going to.
Yeah, I'm going to tell her she's on the wrong
map and everything right now. What's going on, so we don't get ourselves backed up in here and stuck.
Backtrack. You need to be up on the higher area. Go back and take your first left.
Catherine. I'm just kidding. Yeah, Catherine's like, if I get you guys killed, I'm like, oh well, we're in the fire right now, so I want to make sure that we don't go down there where we can't get out. But it is smoldering right now, so. You guys, I will come. Yeah, none of the trees have been. These are the oak. There's oak trees and stuff out here that are fairly fire resistant. So let me get situated. Let me see what's going on, and I will come back on because again, safety first. All right, guys, I will be back.
Good. So what she did is ended up on the wrong road here. If the GPS shared thing is. So I told her to turn around and go to the left so that she's up on the ridges. We will stay with Sarah. That's exciting. She needs she's like a luggage rack light system or something. So where she ended up, I turn on a little bit of shaded relief. Kind of see better now that if you go up here, she ended up going over here. So she needs to be up on this higher elevation. See this? I told her to first try to find this place, which is called Den Court. So I don't think she can do any of this, but that's what I'm telling her in the thing, because she needs to be up on a ridge to see, excuse me, guys, yank that. She needs to be up on a ridge to see the fire up on. Hopefully she'll turn around and it may not take her that long to get back. Yeah. And she's on the ridge. I bet she'll have better cell phone service. And a screenshot where she is and tell her where she should be. Okay, I'm using the magic pen again. This pixel is funny. Okay. Okay. Save. Okay, I'm gonna message it to her. Try to go here. It's much higher elevation. Then look to your northeast. You are behind the hill too much. Okay, so hopefully I've guided her with my expert navigation and my stick figure drawings. Okay, so let's see. But that's scary. She's where the fire already passed, and that's what I kind of wondered. If there's apparatus heading that way, they're probably doing mop-up. I hope she has shake and bakes and all that. Taking a while to send my text picture. Wow, my phone hasn't even sent it yet. Phone, why are you taking? Turning back on dispatch for a second while we wait for Sarah to come back. That was pretty cool though, wasn't it? How big is the fire? I think it's around, hey Terry, by the way, I think it's around 3,000. I mean, hours ago it was at 510 and it's just still moving around. It's sluggish, it's nighttime. They put a rope around it of retardant, but it's still backing down into the canyon, so it depends on, are you doing as the crow flies, or are you doing vertical up and down the canyons as square mileage? I don't know which one is the case, but I think 3,000 or under is perhaps a good estimate by what it'll be by dawn. Phone, stop trying to send the text. And just do it. That was exciting, Sarah. We heard you. You cut in and out a little bit, but we can only see black and not the flames, but we could see things directly in your headlights, like your trees and such you commented on. Period. Keep up the good work. Okay. I'm gonna get her a Bright Star flashlight for Christmas. We sort of tried to make an unboxing video of that thing. It's the first firefighter gear piece of equipment I bought, except for the Baofeng radio. We're both not very impressed with it when we were in Tahoe. We were in my hotel at the casino. I'm like, this thing doesn't seem that bright. And she goes, yeah, weird. Why is it $120? And then she shone it out the window and it illuminated like a hillside. It illuminated the mountainside like miles away. And she goes, holy beep. Be a funny video to visit. Okay. This is what she might be able to see, and I'm pretty sure some sort of camera would be able to pick that up. Mr. M. Smitty Kyle says, love YouTube. I ain't drinking coffee, but doctor said it can't do more harm. There you go. Do what you want. Eat, drink, and be merry has its merits. I can't stay up all night, though. Why the hell does she have to be right in the danger zone? Okay, let's check her. She... Okay, she's on again.
You want to stop that water supply?
No, she's not. This is just...
Oh, there's that. Okay.
Okay. Just refresh it. This was 13 minutes ago, okay? So, if you want to follow along on your Twitter here, you should follow her, definitely. Let's go back and watch what we missed, because we came in the middle of the broadcast. It's a few minutes old.
Great. Okay. Alright. Well, you can pull right up here. On the right, I think. Yeah, you can pull over. Enough for me. Yeah, it's a little bit of a shoulder, but...
John, Adam, Mary, Edward, Lassie, Curtis.
I can hear it.
3, 6, 19.
Confirming female.
Alright. Hey, everyone. This is... Yeah, you can... Yeah. Yeah. I know. He's backing up. He's backing up. There we go. Thank you. Okay. So, hi everyone. This is Sarah Luna, and currently you can pull over here. Some dirt. Yeah, you're good. Sorry guys, we're just trying to give fire personnel a way to get through. You're good.
No, it's not that populated up here in the hills, but the embers have... There's 500 structures at risk in the general area. Does Birchville? I'm not too concerned about them because they've been working to protect them all day. I'll turn on the structures map. But there's a lot of history too, like the wooden covered bridge downstream. So it will take a monumental effort to save the structures on the street. It's all gold rush country here. So Birchville, this is French Corral itself. Orange is the structures. See here.
We're on an additional 911 standby.
If I do this, it's better. Bill's house. See? It's just big now. Yeah, to evacuate cattle. Liggins. I think that the fires on Roll Eyes Point are up here. It's ridge. So we're trying to get her up on a high ground there. Okay, so she's about to go live. She's saying she will in a second. So I'm just waiting. Let's check other cases as well. This is Bar Ranch 2, last 15. Maybe Kyle says... Yeah, you're welcome, Terry. Yeah.
We're no longer on landline with RP. If you give him a 1021, it's actually going to be Chuck Campbell as RP.
Well, Sarah's a fire chaser now. She's got the bug. There's no going back. Follow her on the Twitter, guys. How long have I been doing this? This is 7 hours and 20 minutes of streaming, guys. Whew. This is going to be a big file to save on my hard drive. I'm running out of room, but we got 43 gigs left on this solid state drive to save this broadcast. And I'll have to go and transfer the files when I go to sleep. If I get to sleep. Oh. There's good pizza. Now, when people ask me what are the secrets of staying awake,
Station 21, evacuating status.
constantly eat. Do not stop snacking. Oh, that's a big flare-up. Scale of this is hard to postulate, but you see, Terry, how major one. I'm dead serious. I did something called the 48-hour film project. It's a worldwide contest. It starts local and anybody can enter. It's usually like first-year film students. Sometimes it's pros. The idea is you're independent, though, and not established. It's a contest where you and your small team show up, and it's like a starting gun race. You like shoot a cap gun, and you have 48 hours to make a movie that is between 4 and 6 minutes long. A real movie. Intro, a middle, a climax, an end, a script, actors, edited, special effects, whatever you're doing. And so that people can't cheat. There's this random grab bag, like fortune cookie. You don't know what kind of movie you're going to make. You're going to draw it out of the hat. It'll say Western, silent film, comedy, romantic comedy, tragedy, whatever. Horror, suspense, thriller, sci-fi, holiday. And once you pick the genre, you then have a line that you have to say. Your actors have to say it. So you couldn't have shot your film ahead of time. It'll be totally random. Like, the horse done mosey up to that kid. You know, it's just whatever the hell. And then there will be a prop you have to have in the background of many of your shots so that there's no suspicion that you at least shot part of your film already. So I've been involved in that a couple times. The way it works is a city will register, like Portland, San Francisco, Macon, New York, London, blah, blah, blah. So the best in that state, like everybody in that city, like is against each other, right? So the audience, the other people who made films, everybody gets a vote on their best. Yes, because at the end of the 48 hours, everybody screens the movies. Like there's a premiere in a local participating movie theater. With Portland, it was the Hollywood Theater. And I've done one in Vancouver too. So the okay, am I gonna know when she's lying? Is she gonna tell me, or do I be refreshing? I'm really bad at my job here. Okay, is she back? Yeah, 48-hour film project. No, she's not live yet. waiting. We're on standby. So it's grueling, though. Absolutely grueling. Because you can't really sleep. You are working for 48 hours, not just staying awake and being on the couch, but working. Movie sets are some of the harshest environments to work in. No idea how bad it is until you've been on one. The hot lights, moving stuff around, stress, everything going wrong, problem solving, troubleshooting, powwows, set something up. Oh, it doesn't work. Take everything. Oh, we screwed up. Even though we just tore the set down, everybody put it back up. Just awful. You're constantly heavy lifting, you're running. Somebody needs something to go right now. It's just awful. That's how I realized I can't possibly make it in Hollywood. I don't have the stamina, but I did better than most people on the set, even though I have health problems. It's because I already deal with feeling like crap all the time. And so I already knew secrets of staying awake, because pain had kept me awake long hours. And then once you just can't sleep, you got to push to the next day. Otherwise, you can't go to school. You can't just go to sleep at like 5 in the morning, up at night. It just doesn't. Okay, she is getting on the right road. Cool. And she'll go live in a second. And I'm saying to her, we are standing by, Sarah. I never thought I'd play like journalist. I'm like the one in the news crew, and she's like the reporter. Oh my God. So, yeah, try being a soldier. You never sleep. A great practice, right? That's so the idea is that it's incredibly difficult. You have to divide the hours. How many hours are we going to write the thing? Because what we pulled out one day was ridiculous. A ridiculous set of combos. It wasn't my first time at the rodeo, but we had the strangest thing. It was sci-fi Christmas special. We were like, what? And the line we had to say was something ridiculous. That's not too bad. We wrote it into the script, but we kind of ran dry. I'm like, we had to have a spaceship. Oh, and they give you the names for some of your characters and what their roles are. So we had like a pirate queen. There had to be a pirate spaceship with a pirate queen. It had to say a line about hijacking the other spaceship. It's real general, but here I am acting as key grip and sound. And I get randomly yanked into a closet because one of the actresses fell asleep and like collapsed from exhaustion, and I had to replace her and be the pirate queen because they were going to reshoot things and she was no longer available. So they like throw me into a dress, and all of a sudden I'm getting my hair curled, and I'm like, okay. What we used as a spaceship is we rented a car garage as like an actual maintenance garage. And let's see, I keep clicking on the wrong Twitter. I'm going to move that away. So we just green screened the car. Oh, she's live. Okay, good. No, that's her old. Okay, sorry. When it animated, I was like, hey. Okay, she's not live yet. Almost. Anyway, our prop was a menorah. And it was Saturday. Where the hell are we going to buy a menorah on a Saturday? All the Jewish stores are closed on Saturday. Okay, that's a seizure. Never mind. I thought it was. Still waiting for Sarah to arrive. Oh, she's asking me, am I going the right way? Let me see. I'm going to say yep. Yep. She is proceeding in the right direction. To your right will be that den court, but it's a dead end. I don't know if it's a good vantage point. Maybe just push through. Okay. And that totally screwed up the court name. Sorry, I have to type to her. Den court. Okay, cool. So she. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, pawn shops. I was desperately trying to figure that out. When they start the starting gun, like the writers are writing, I'm supposed to be setting up the set, and they said, "Go get a menorah." And I said, okay. So I said, Hallmark store. Yeah, they would definitely have one, like a little ornament or something, like an ornament. Yeah, 'cause it was, God, it was not really Christmas time, not really winter, but I figured there'd be like a Christmas ornament or we needed something. So I went to a shopping mall that had a Hallmark store, and I'm just like running through the mall 'cause they need me back on the set. My phone's blowing up. Where are you? Did you get one? And I go to the Hallmark store, and they had a brass one, I think. And it was like the size of my little palm. And I was like, yes. And they're like, get yourself back here right now. So I did that thing where there's escalators in the mall, and I legged over and I rode them down and like slid down the escalator like a really cool cat, you know. If I had a mini skirt or something, it would have looked awesome. I would have selfied myself the whole way down, but as it was, you know, I just had pants. So I'm like, and I'm like jetting out to my car, promptly entering traffic jam. And as soon as I got the menorah, I'm like, I have it. Somebody grabs it from my hand, like I held it out of my car window in the parking lot. Somebody ushered it into the movie set. And I go and I walk in, and the red light type little like door, like, you know, like at the hotel, the little thing on your door tag, you know, do not disturb, was on the door handle because they had already begun rolling. So I had to sit outside. I'm like, okay, if I knock, I'm ruining the sound. I'm like, did they forget about me out here? Can I, can I actually text message somebody? If they have their phone on mute, everything's okay. If they don't, I've just ruined a take. So I'm like pacing back and forth outside, unsure if I can knock on the door. And then the door opens, and the director's staring at me and glaring and says, "Get in here." I said, "It says don't enter." And he looks down and he goes, "Oh, sorry." Okay, she just messaged me. She says, "Woo, we're up here and there's fire and my stomach hurts." Oh God. Oh no. It's a scary road. Yeah, I would be in knots too. I would be in knots too. You have some male genitalia, girl. Oh gosh. Okay. That sounded so wrong. But I can't say those words. I'm gonna get banned. Probably gonna get banned anyway. I'm too tired. I'm just so tired. Get punchy. Okay, she's about to go live. Cool. So we green screened the car, and we just made this like classic car driving through space. It didn't have to make sense. It was actually ended up pretty beautiful. We put a green screen on the side of the driver. And we made it a parody of the Twilight Zone. So a guy's driving his car normally, and then all of a sudden, as he turns a bend, the car keeps going straight and goes airborne, and then he leaves into orbit. Like, instead of going off a cliff to his death, he just goes into space. And he's all weirded out, like, where am I, man? And people like characters like me, the space pirate queen, are just acting like this is totally normal. And various aliens and people in spaceship interact with them. So it ended up being a cute little movie. But we had to somehow put the menorah somewhere, so we made the menorah, I think, the hood ornament of the car. And we had Christmas movie, sci-fi, but menorah. It was the most bizarre thing. So once we had wrapped the shoot, we started to panic because we now had very little time to edit. And then after you edit, you have to render. You have to have supercomputers rendering. And if an hour or two goes by and you play it back and it's distorted or it's got black lines or something, a bunch of squares, dots and stuff, you have to start over. So the clock ticks. You sometimes just get bad renders. Maybe 1 minute here, and then you have to, it's safer to render 1 minute, put it back in the editor, render the second minute, put it back in the editor, and then do the full thing. It's a little bit safer. You gotta put that on a hard drive, and then you gotta race back to the point of origin and turn it in. 1 minute late is too late. 48 hours later. Nobody has slept. Everybody's doing heavy lifting, problem solving. Almost nobody has time to eat. And so here I am on the movie set just constantly whipping out Rice Krispie treats. I've got my Monster Energy drinks, but I'm just sipping on them. Everybody else is chugging and throwing back and whatever the heck. And I'm like, guys, take it easy. But I'm just constantly chewing on somebody. I got the mini Snickers. I got a whole backpack full of treats. I'm like, guys, have this. No, I can't. I'm like, dude, your appetite. I said, your appetite's suppressed due to the caffeine, so keep eating even though you're not hungry, just little things. No, I shouldn't. Well, what they did is they burned off all their blood sugar. Adrenaline is released by the adrenal glands to compensate. Then you go nervous as heck, and that's what the caffeine jitters are, is not having enough blood sugar, so your body goes, oh God, and releases adrenaline to compensate, and then you crash. It's because you don't have blood sugar, not because you do. So you have to have huge amounts of sugar if you have stimulants like caffeine, so you don't get that crash, jitters. I'm dispensing practical advice. I'm like, guys, that's how you do it. And one by one, people around me just started going down and unable to rise. It's like, oh, okay. And they're like, how are you still standing? Like, I think I ate like 27 Snickers. Like, you realize this is 40 hours later and you didn't take any meals? Dude. Nope Nunez says, fire-wise, the Dixie fire went about 500 feet from my house. Dear God. The only reason my place is standing is preventative maintenance because my property allowed 6 fire vehicles and tankers parking. I'm glad for you, Nunya. I'm coming to Chester for the 4th of July, by the way. You want to meet up? Meet me at where we toss them their awesome pizza. She keeps messaging me. She says, not quite at a vantage point yet, but fire definitely passed through here and it's still on fire. Oh God, I sent her into the death zone. I'm starting to feel like I sent you to the death zone of Everest without oxygen and Sherpas. My earlier comment was, I think people are going to blame me if you die live on my stream. Okay. Dispatch isn't saying much. Check the other cam. Stream anyway. We want to see something in your headlights. I can only tell random stories for so long.
Ocean 21, about a need 768.
You can show me 10. He's negative 5150, but pretty severe mental health issues.
Okay. I'm tracking her position. Oh, she's going to come to a crossroads. Take a right at the crossroads, otherwise you go behind a hill. Yeah, when she goes on the other side, that'll be good. Okay.
Hey, I see you guys there. Just trying to find the best place to cut down to you.
We are too. Minnie Kyle says, got to get to bed. Bed's kicking in.
Looking at my
Good night.
map here, it was showing me going away from your location. If I kept going before I turned around there.
I wish he would tell us which road he's on. Nunez is slow and smooth.
So are you close to where those two water tanks are right now?
Perfect advice. True California Girl 1, you were born to be on Twitter.
Copy, I can turn down right here and get to you, I think.
Oh, they're not saying what roads they're on. Oh god, she says, we got fire on both sides. Am I still going the right way? I see you before the crossroads. Stay on Troost. Okay, she's on Troost. Okay. I'm going to show you guys where she is, since there's no way that somebody could go stalk her right now. I mean, you wouldn't get past the fire lines. So that's her location. And I want her to go around this right here, then she should be able to see that. Get a vantage point. She just goes around this bend. That should work. But it's not really updating her location. And that's, oh my god, that is like the worst drop off of hell. She's probably going to hate me tomorrow. I didn't realize, oh my god, that is one hell of a steep, a deadly drop off. Crap. Now, once the start, once you come around and start going downhill, that is a massive drop off. It is your discretion if you choose that route. It looks like it is extremely steep. If there's damage to the road or you don't feel like you can safely traverse it, turn around. But right around, I know, you're almost there. Ah, crap. The best vantage point is right before it gets steep, and stop right there. Well, you're almost there. You just need to stick to your right if it's safe. Okay, I'm going to give her another picture message. But if she's turning around for safety reasons, no pressure. Okay. A quick okay, I'm the worst person with my finger in the world. Okay. Okay, save it. Do a different screenshot. Bear with me, guys. Okay. So I don't see her really moving, but that's gonna update at some point. Yeah. This is the only point that I wanted to go to and stop. That looks like that's steep as hell. But if okay, green is where you are, comma, blue is where you should be able to see the fire, and red is where the fire is. If you don't feel it's safe, do turn around, but if you do feel it's safe, you're almost there.
Tuition 21 of Vatican, can you review event number 11?
Yeah, she's got a male companion with her. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this. There's firefighters all over this road, too, so they've passed some crews. Yeah.
Affirm, do you want to look?
I just wouldn't go past the blue arrow because that is a steep drop off.
So far.
It appears the ridge you're behind is the only thing blocking your view. I wish there were more ways out. This fire got so close to French Corral then. They may have had to personally just wet down the buildings like the Wells Fargo building. Dang. From what she's reporting, fire just went up like this and jumped across. Down here is where the Wells Fargo building is. Must have started kind of by Bridgeport. I mean, I'm sure we have the address somewhere on watch duty, now that I think about it. I believe it involves structure fire, vegetation. This is how it started around 2:20 in the afternoon. Okay. But what address? Yeah, we don't have an address. Usually you do. Nevada County has Pulse Point set up. The fire has now made it to the top of the ridge, so it started down in the canyon. Just climbed. Okay, they talked to Cal Fire and got advice to head to the quarry. Excellent choice. Can you stream your drive to the quarry? Safety first. Okay. Oh, Cal Fire is going to do a firing operation, so they're going to go follow them there. Okay. So it looks like she's not going to stream to Twitter. She's going to stream to something else that I can't broadcast. So then that's it for me. I'm going to sleep. So she said, okay. Oh, Jesus. She said she'll try Twitter for a minute. You realize you're keeping me awake? God, the guilt trip is so bad. Why did you leave this late to go to the fire, Sarah? Why? Why? Yeah, I think that'll be good footage for tomorrow. But I've got to wake up early to see what this fire is doing in the morning. Okay. Just when I said I'm going to bed, she goes, okay, I'll try Twitter. Hey, Paul Coffee, morning. Is she tweeting? She is not live. I wish I could sleep well. Just as I said I'm going to bed, she goes, okay, I'll try Twitter. Okay, I'm going to do a countdown. She ain't streaming by the time I count down. I'm crawling into bed. And she's following Cal Fire around, guys. She's safe. It's okay to share that she's on this damn ridgeline. When she goes back to the station, I'm not sharing her location. She's literally in a caravan of Cal Fire right now. Pretty sure if anybody tried to harm her, the firefighters would beat them up with the hoses. Maybe give the guy the deck gun in the nether regions.
2 Ocean 21, if I didn't advise, I'm out with her and I'm still code 4.
Copy out with her, code 4.
She's back? Cool. Heck yeah.
And we're back off. You can see some fire here. It's already come through here. Good morning.
Uh-oh.
A little bit of trouble with Facebook, so I'm not sure if you guys can see the fire, see the flames, but it's already passed through the area that I'm in now. I'm in the French Corral area, off of Pleasant Valley Road, Highway 49, by Bridgeport, and I think we got a sheriff behind us, so we're going a little quick, trying to stay out of the way, but definitely some smoldering flames here. I talked to Cal Fire. They said teams earlier, hot shots were out there trying to get more areas cleared because there's some very thick brush up here, very thick coverage, a lot of oak trees. Oh, we gotta get.
Is he coming?
He think he might be. So we're just trying to stay out of the way of personnel, and the sheriff's right behind us, so don't want to run him off the road either. Hang on, let me wipe my. It's really smoky, but let me wipe my lens on my camera. Give me just a sec.
Hey, Sarah, run the sheriff off the road. It would go viral.
Yeah, I think he pulled over. So, hang on one second. I think, is this? Let's see, deputy gonna go by us. No, okay. Good morning.
Alright, I'm gonna go for it.
Okay. And if you guys can hear the chainsaws right now, they're doing some clearing. Like I said, there might be a burn operation. There's a ton of equipment out here. A bunch of different agencies. I saw, let's see who we've got here. Cal Fire. Sorry if it's shaky, guys, but let's see. Columbia Hill.
What a response. Wow. This is cool.
We got the Chamberlain Creek Fire Center crew. We got some correctional facilities teams out here working hard. And there is, like I said, there's some really, really thick brush that they're fighting through to try to make sure that this fire does not make a run into some of the drainage ditches in the morning. It's pretty mellow right now. There's little to no wind from what we can feel here, but I know it's really dark, so I apologize, but you are seeing what we're seeing. These are dirt roads. Let's see if I can get eyes on some more fires down there. It was definitely a lot of smoldering. There was a little bit, it was mostly on the ground, the flames that I saw. There was, there were some smoldering tree trunks that were already down. Wasn't any crowning or anything like that. A little bit was up in the trees, but nothing too concerning. A lot of oak here, which if you've ever bought oak firewood, you know that it burns really, really slow and it's really hard to get it to start burning. It is pretty dry out here though, but yeah, so we're backing out now and we're heading back to Pleasant Valley Road. Again, this is the Rice's fire in French Corral near Bridgeport in the Grass Valley area. The fire, I don't know what the updated stats are on it now. It was about 520 acres, 0% contained the last time I saw any semi-official updates. CAL FIRE personnel that I spoke to said that they are going to get aircraft back out on this fire early in the morning, probably starting at 8 a.m. But not too much activity over on this side of the fire. We're gonna go head back to the quarry for a minute where they were staging earlier, and that's the only place I saw really active fire. That was up on the hillside. But other than that, there's no big flames or anything that I can see from this area. And it's not even that smoky, to be honest. The personnel that I spoke with, he said that they were trying to make sure that they had the resources in hand and on deck to use the advantageous time of early morning for burn operation, which would be a firing operation, as they officially refer to it as, which is a back burn. Basically burning fuel, potential fuel of the fire back into itself to prevent it from making any runs that are much more. Oh, and we're getting pulled over, so I'm going to talk to the personnel, the sheriff and Placer County Sheriff, and I will be back, guys.
Whoop, whoop. Ma'am, do you know how fast you were going? Keep rolling, Sarah. This is gold. Dang it. Ah. Oh, man. Well, hopefully she resumes, or should I just go to sleep? I'm about half conscious by now. I thought she said she was going to ram the sheriff off the road, and it took a while for me to compute that. I'm like, Sarah. Yeah. Thanks, Smitty. Smitty, I'm going to allow you to do what you want to do. Fire at will. Me too, guys. I'm signing off. Yeah, I have to save my strength, and it's not doing nothing. As much as I want to be here with Sierra's antics, if she streams again, we'll just show that tomorrow. So, if you guys want to keep stay awake for some reason, with Sarah, or if you're located on another continent. A 415 with an axe?
Lincoln 16 with Lincoln 8 and Lincoln 2 to back. This will be 11357 Crestview Drive, 11357 Crestview. RP advises her father is going crazy, hitting a vehicle with an axe.
A father and son argument, hitting a vehicle with an axe? Wait a second. 419 says. Okay, police codes are. They differ in locations. I just tried to look that up.
Your missing person call earlier.
What?
There was a gate, but we're taking an alternative route.
419 is police code for a dead human body.
22, was that past the address or before the address?
Okay, I really need sleep. It can also mean noise complaint in some jurisdictions. Yes, if that's what dispatch just said, I just looked up police codes. It said code for a dead human body and went, what? But then down here it says noise disturbance. Okay. It can vary. But 419 dead human body was the one where my mind leapt.
Brush 22, Medic 1, are you at scene?
Oh boy.
Still trying to locate address.
Medic 1 copies. Break, grass stop. Medic 1 is in the area. Attempting to locate. We can get more from the RP as far as driveway access. Looks like there's a
Ford. Date of birth of 9/12/1974. 1036 Mary local confirmed ×2. Total bail $10,000. He also has against him by the RP's mother.
Okay, yeah, I just checked my email. That's cool. I think we could make Christmas stockings out of that. That's cool. That reminds me of a Christmas stocking I had. Nice. Okay, guys, I'm clinging to the edge of consciousness. I slept last night 6 hours, but didn't sleep the night before. So I don't know why I did this to myself, but it somehow happens. Yeah, Ta. Oh yeah, that means thanks in to England. So thank you guys for being here. I did not mean to be streaming today for 8 hours. I have a lot of preparing for the trip to do. I'll be in California for the 4th of July in Chester. Be there. Or be square. Much.
Possible access per Google Maps off River Ranch Road, attempting to recontact the RP now.
Yeah, we can see the residents, but this gate doesn't look like it's open anytime this century. We went all the way down to the river ranch.
Still like 16.
We just hit another gate that looks like it goes to
Travel. We're still trying to get further for possible.
Two different dispatch talking over each other.
Copy, standby.
I said it looks like a gate hasn't been open in a century. That's true. They are in the middle of the gold rush country. Very curious about where that is. As much as I am very curious now about the father and son domestic violence dispute, in which one of them hit a vehicle with an axe, I had better go to sleep. Thank you guys for being here, especially everybody from much earlier in the stream who gave me money. I'm trying to fundraise some gas money to get to California, and I'm so grateful for anybody who has the super thanks button or the super chat. And if you can't spare any money, you can just help out the stream by liking and then sharing the link of the stream with people you think could use the information.
Suspect made 1146 statements prior to leaving. Unknown means. He also said he was either going to a friend's house or 7-Eleven.
Today. Canada Day.
Nevada County, Carolina, do we have a plate on the Subaru?
Okay, friends.
Just stand by. We'll try to get a reverse.
Okay. I am just gonna turn that off, otherwise I'll be stuck here. Something.
You capable of cutting the lock?
Okay, you're cutting the lock on an ancient gate. Okay, that's also exciting. Good night, friends. I'll wake up and check on this situation. Just turned off Broadcastify so I can hear myself talk. The conclusion of my story about the 48-hour film project is that when people saw me stay awake and working for 48 hours, they had no idea that I collapsed and slept for 22 hours in a row after that project. Other people didn't need to recuperate that long. I did. So it's not like I am a superwoman. And after doing a couple of those, I realized I'd never keep up in Hollywood. There's a reason why there's not that many females in Hollywood, like on the set. Females are in front of the camera, they're not behind it. And it's grueling. Sometimes it's like that day in, day out. Not something I can do. But I did find out what I could do, which is kind of sit in a chair long periods of time and constantly eat too and take it easy. Glad I'm able to help in some small way sometimes. Thanks all for being here. We'll reconvene tomorrow. If I can't, rouse myself, I may just go ahead and sleep for another 20 hours right now. I have a half a mind to do that. Anyways, I hope you guys stay safe. Tomorrow, big hugs for everybody. And I hope that this whole thing, that there's only one structure as the casualty. Very sad that it occurred. God bless the firefighters right now working through the night. And everybody else that helps them. They've saved a lot of history today, a lot of beloved places. I'm so happy to hear that when Sarah drove by the Wells Fargo building, it was still standing. I half expected it to be gone today. Oh, they are superheroes. Yeah, thank you, Cheryl. It's so sweet of you to draw. I think get some good mugs, man. And that's the first part of merchandise I learned about. Mouse pads. Who knows? Good night, friends. Stay safe. Remember, when you've done all you can do, you've done all you can do. So just relax.